in front of the hour.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples Guy, my New Year's resolution is to get new customers in the door.
Well, Staples has everything you need to promote your business. Signs, pens, mugs, you name it.
Perfect.
And right now, you can get 15% off custom banners and posters.
15% off? That's one resolution off my list.
Oh, how many were there?
Just the one.
Then, Happy New Year.
This year, resolve to promote your business at Staples. And right now, get 15% off custom banners and posters. Staples. Make more happen.
Offer ends 3/24/17. See a Staples associate for details.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many of the nation's plans, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, at the corner of happy and healthy.
Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with Aetna, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, and Humana. Plans based on 2016 Medicare enrollment data. Walgreens participates with other plans. See walgreens.com/Medicare for details.
Introducing the perfect getaway, nestled in the prairie, a place you can go to unload the stress of the day and recharge your inner peace. A place that fills your senses with fresh air and the sweet sounds of your Second Amendment rights being exercised. It's where you go to clear your head.
Set your sights for the range at 355. Shoot in a brand new state-of-the-art facility with 2 ranges, one programmable for distance and the other for turning and tactical drills featuring Mancom Touch Plus and Mancom Touch and Go systems. Trust us, it's cool. The range at 355, situated on a private parcel of wetlands at the crossroads of I-55 and 355 right off Boughton Road. A shooting oasis with a full array of firearms, ammunition, accessories, and classes with professional guidance and courteous instruction. Take a vacation from the mundane. The Range at 355, founded by patriots like you.
For range hours and info, visit range355.com.
Hi, it's Tony Gatliff, host of Military Resource Radio, where we strive to connect, inspire, and enlighten veterans, active duty service members, and civilians alike to amazing resources, service organizations, and benefits. We also talk about current military news and events, the real estate and mortgage process, and, well, a little bit of everything. Join me each week for Military Resource Radio on the BBMC Mortgage Radio Network and visit our website at militaryresourceradio.com.
Military Resource Radio, Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hi, I'm Jos Rosen, host of Garden Sense. The Norfolk Island pine must be kept in a cool, well-lit place. The ideal temperature at night is 60 degrees. Water this indoor pine with 1/2 tablespoon of CMate in 1 quart of water every time you water your Norfolk Island pine. Let the soil get dry between waterings. Christmas cactus is treated the same way as a Norfolk Island pine. I'm Jos Rosen. Garden Sense is heard every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. How are you spending your really golden years? Probably not the way this Frenchman is. For 1 hour yesterday afternoon, a 105-year-old French guy pedaled around a velodrome outside Paris. He completed 92 laps without stopping, and when his hour was up, his only complaint was that his arms hurt. The man's name is Robert Marchand, and he holds the world record for distance covered on a bicycle in an hour by anyone at least 100 years old. He didn't break that yesterday, which means the mark he set when he was 102 still stands, but he managed to stay on the bike. He considered his distance of 14 miles victory in and of itself. This didn't come out of the blue. The guy is a rider. These days, he said, though, Mr. Marchand mostly trains inside his apartment, but last night he said he planned a party with his friends. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols. A past client called because they don't have an HR department, but they need HR expertise and knowledge to do things like write job descriptions, revise employee handbooks, manage compliance and benefits. We help them by providing on-demand HR services. It was on a part-time basis and a project basis. Our consultant spent time with the client but was able to do most of the work off-site, sparing the client's time and resources. As the client grows, the consulting time can adjust to their needs.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring easy. Get started on finding your next hire today at imcsolutions.com or call Linda Nichols at 630-637-6200.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. What did the Russians do to interfere with the presidential campaign? President Obama will get a briefing on that today, and senior intelligence officials will be questioned at a Senate hearing.
Some Republicans, including President-elect Donald Trump, have questioned allegations of Russian involvement in U.S. elections. Mr. Trump recently referenced a Fox News interview with WikiLeaks editor-in-chief Julian Assange, saying the hacks could have been the work of a 14-year-old.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the president-elect, will get his own intelligence briefing tomorrow. President Obama's written you a letter. It's to all Americans as he prepares to leave office, listing accomplishments Republicans would roll their eyes at.
In healthcare, foreign policy, the economy, and the fight against ISIS. The president also notes improved relations with Cuba, the Iran nuclear deal, and the Paris Climate Agreement. He also mentions regrets about his inability to pass gun legislation or immigration reform before leaving the White House. Mr. Obama also expresses concern about Americans currently covered by the Affordable Care Act and the dangers of taking the program away from them.
That's Fox's Rich Dennison. House Speaker Paul Ryan says Obamacare is a failed law that must be replaced.
We have a plan to replace it. We have plenty of ideas to replace it.
Democrats are skeptical. 4 black suspects in their late teens may be charged as soon as today in a beating in Chicago that went viral online.
Police in Chicago say the suspect drove the victim, who was white, to a house, tied him up, taped his mouth, and started torturing him for up to 48 hours. At least 30 minutes of that horrifying attack streamed live on Facebook. Throughout the disgusting video, you can hear the 4 suspects go after Donald Trump and the white people.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez. Police are investigating it as a possible hate crime. Prosecutors will call more survivors and victims' relatives in the penalty phase of Dylan Roof's trial in South Carolina in the Charleston Church massacre. He could get the death penalty. Dylan Roof's representing himself. He told the jury he is not mentally ill. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
A chilly start to the morning. Once again, 6 degrees above at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. You just heard Fox News talk about it. More details this morning are being developed as Chicago police say their investigation continues into a horrific video circulating on social media showing several beating a man at a Chicago residence. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson said yesterday that 4 suspects are in custody, but formal charges have not yet been filed.
I've been a cop for 28 years, and I've seen things that you shouldn't see in a lifetime, but it still amazes me how you still see things that you just shouldn't. So I'm not going to say it shocked me, but it was sick.
Johnson says the victim, who has mental health challenges, is recovering. Police Commander Kevin Duffin says the suspects made, quote, stupid decisions, end quote. 6 members of Chicago's Hobos gang are facing life in prison after a jury found them guilty of racketeering conspiracy at the Dirksen Federal Building. Jurors convicted the reputed leaders of the so-called super gang yesterday, including Gregory Bolegs Chester and notorious assassin Paris Poe. Sentencing is now set for June 23. The YMCA of Metro Chicago has agreed to a settlement. It resolves a discrimination complaint involving type 1 diabetes. The complaint was filed on behalf of a 9-year-old girl with diabetes on a YMCA swim team. She'd been told staff would not or could not administer an emergency shot called glucogen for low blood sugar, and she would need that to be, and that would needed to be accompanied by a family member who could give that shot at any time. Glucogen is a potentially life-saving treatment, pre-measured and injectable. It's intended to be administered to unresponsive individuals, properly trained. The settlement was announced
by the U.S. Attorney's Office. It requires the YMCA to give emergency medicine to children with diabetes in their programs who request it. Chicago police losing a key staff member with a federal report on the department's use of force practices just weeks away. Ann Kirkpatrick leaving somewhat unexpectedly to become police chief in Oakland, California. She was hired away from Spokane, Washington, to implement reforms here last summer after being passed over for superintendent when Gary McCarthy was fired. McCarthy has recently been critical of CPD. Superintendent Eddie Johnson yesterday disagreed with McCarthy, who said the department was in crisis.
I disagree with the fact of characterizing us as a department in crisis, because we're not. We did get off to a rocky start in 2016 for a number of reasons, but we stabilized things.
The Justice Department is rushing to deliver the report on that investigation it launched after the uproar created by the Laquan McDonald police shooting video. Other stories we're following this morning: an autopsy is scheduled today for the person hit and killed by a Metro train in Midlothian. After a huge brawl last week, the Fox Valley Mall implementing new parental escort policies. If you are under 18, you may not be in the mall unless you're accompanied by someone 21 or older. NBA last night, Jimmy Butler 20, and the Bulls win over Cleveland 106-94. It was Valley night in college basketball. Loyola beat Northern Iowa, Southern Illinois, an overtime win over Indiana State. Bradley topped Evansville, and the Redbirds of Illinois State over Missouri State. The news service of CiCi's Pizza. Now at CiCi's, take your taste buds on a ride with 3 new pizzas: Kansas City pulled pork barbecue, Santa Fe chicken, and the Philly cheesesteak. All 3 part of an unlimited buffet for just $5 and change, available for a limited time. 5:06 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Has America's history been the result of a series of fortunate accidents? Is America great because of dumb luck? In his latest book, Michael Medved argues that something greater has been at work: divine providence. Join AM 560's Michael Medved for a special lunch on Thursday, February 2nd at Belvedere Banquets in Elk Grove Village as he tells the story of the American miracle. Get your tickets now at 560theanswer.com/miracle. That's 560theanswer.com/miracle.
Hi, I'm Tom Sadeka, President and CEO of Precision Payroll of America. I'm reaching out to you today and asking you to take a look at your business relationships from a different angle. Have you ever wondered what organizations and causes your vendors support? I have, and it's eye-opening. Our nation is divided, and normal, traditional values are coming under attack by heavily financed aggressors. I can tell you that we do not and will never support hood and matter. We do support our veterans, our students fighting for truth, and yes, AM 560. If you currently use or need a payroll service, please let's meet. If you have no need, please consider the other advertisers on this station, as we are all fighting the same fight and we need to unite. To work together, call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. On the web at precisionpayroll.com. Let's talk, let's meet, let's unite.
5:07. Let's get an update on the morning ride to work in our AM 560 traffic center. Very happy man this morning. His Butler Bulldogs did very well last night. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Yeah, beating number 1, Villanova. Not bad at all, especially after that loss to St. John's last week. So good news for Butler, and good news for the most part on the expressways and tollways. There's a crash on the outbound Ryan at Garfield. It's in the locals. Car smacked the wall there. His left lane is blocked. Not seeing any delays, though. The other expressways and tollways are pretty clear. A little road work on southbound I-65 at 8094. 2 left lanes have been blocked there for some maintenance work. Should be wrapping up. But otherwise, things are good on the expressways and tollways. And traffic is a service of Discover. Become a new Discover card member, and at the end of your first year, Discover will match all the cash back you've earned dollar for dollar. Learn more at discover.com/match. Only for new card members. Limitations apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer is next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Let's get that forecast. From Holly Holdren.
Cloudy and bitterly cold today, high 15. Frigid tonight with patchy clouds and a low of 3. Frigid on Friday, partly cloudy skies, high 13. Partly cloudy and cold Friday night, low 7. I'm Holly Holdren on AM 560, The Answer.
Right now, 6 above at O'Hare, 8 above along Chicago's lakefront, 8 at Midway. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence weighing in on what seems to be growing distrust between Donald Trump and the intelligence community he will soon lead.
He's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Apparently there's yet a new standard now, which is to not confirm a Supreme Court nominee at all. I think that's something the American people simply will not tolerate.
But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, you heard Mike Scott reporting on it, this case of this special needs young man who was, is kidnapped the right word? He met at least one fellow classmate, apparently, this according to Chicago police, out in the suburbs, and
Streamwood.
And then two black men and two black women took this white special needs kid to the city where they tied him up, taped his mouth, and beat him. Here's Fox News Locals report on what happened.
Donald Trump, white people, boy.
This young man tied up in the corner is believed to be from Crystal Lake. Police say he has a mental disability. Investigators say he was a classmate of one of the suspects.
Apparently they met out in the suburbs. These subjects then stole a van out in the suburbs and brought him into Chicago.
Police believe he went willingly initially, but that is clearly not the case based on 3 videos posted to social media. What you are about to see is disturbing. At one point, the victim is held at knife point and told to curse President-elect Donald Trump. The men can be heard saying they want this to go viral. Another video shows the group forcing the victim to drink water from a toilet. Throughout these videos, the victim is kicked, hit, and cut. Police believe he was released after being held anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. Officers found him walking along Lexington and Homan on the west side.
I watched the entire video last night. I could not sleep at all last night because it is so disgusting. And to wake up to hear CNN this morning say, oh, is this racially motivated? Is this a hate crime?
Well,
I mean, God, besides that, though, too, they cut his hair. This woman, you can see in part of the video, this African-American woman, this monster, is cutting his hair laughing, and she cuts his hair so close to his scalp that his scalp starts bleeding. She's like, oh, he's going to be okay. And I want to punch her, and I want to rip her eyes out.
Well,
I mean, there's a special place in hell for these people.
So the 4 barbarians that engaged in this torture are in custody. Those that were allegedly responsible for this.
Their faces are all over the video.
Right, the videos. I mean, we keep referring to the videos. They posted these videos on Facebook Live.
Yeah.
Master criminals.
Because they wanted attention, Dan. They wanted it to go viral. Oh, it's gone viral. Even my friend from Amsterdam said, what in the hell is going on in Chicago?
And
they're seeing it over there.
And again, you heard in the Fox News report, someone yelled, one of the captors yelled, F Trump and F white people. So the question is, do you think there's anything political or racial about this crime? And that question was put to Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson. Here's his response.
But I think some of it is just stupidity. People just ranting about something that they think might make a headline. I don't think that at this point we don't have anything concrete to really point us in that direction, but we'll keep investigating and we'll let the facts guide us on how this concludes.
He doesn't have anything that points in that direction that this could be politically motivated. This is the second time.
Or racially.
This is the second time in this city that this has happened, where African Americans take a white person, whether they drag him out of a car, steal his car, and say, "You're a Trump supporter." And they did the same thing.
Yeah, the South Side.
Yeah, the South Side. And we have that audio. We'll put, we've played that before. But that happened. And it turns out he was a Trump supporter, but he was just a white dude sitting in a car on Stony Island near 75th Street. And they yanked him out of his car and started yelling that. And they tried to talk this special needs child or 18-year-old into saying Donald Trump.
So take your calls. When a group of people are beating you and saying F white people, is there a racial component to that? Because Eddie Johnson doesn't see it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 646-368, turnkey.pro. Text line, I guess F white people, F Trump, that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways. That's not necessarily a political statement or a racial statement, I guess. I mean, the obvious question is if it was for white people beating a young African-American man and saying F, I don't know, Obama and F black people, would that be treated as a hate crime?
Yeah.
Would that be treated as political and racial?
Yeah, in 2 hot seconds, that would be considered a hate crime.
I would think.
Would be racially motivated and politically motivated.
I suspect it would. I mean, I'm not a proponent of these hate crime laws. They're redundant. We've talked about this before. Everything's a hate crime. The behavior is the issue. So kind of this adding the punitive layer of hate crime onto it doesn't do much for me. But I mean, if we're going to apply this standard, then we should apply it with as much equanimity as possible, or change the standard, or just eliminate this layer of redundancy, in my estimation. But for Eddie Johnson, who I want to give the benefit of the doubt to here, but for him to say
he's not on the side of white people.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get beyond this case, but just for him to say what we know to be true, what his officers and investigators have reported and has been amplified by the media, for him to say there's no kind of evidence at this point that there's anything racial or political going on. I mean, are these obtuse statements, F Trump and F white people, while you're beating and torturing a young white guy? I mean, and you're, for black people, since we have to do everything by race in this country. I mean, is that a confused situation? It seems
I don't know what other
pretty
evidence.
linear to me.
I don't know what other evidence the man needs to just come out and say this was politically motivated and this was racially motivated, because they targeted Dan. Not if he was African American, special needs, I don't think they would have targeted him, but he was a white kid, and that's why they did it. And they knew they could take advantage of him because he's vulnerable. I mean,
I'm trying to kind of get into Eddie Johnson's mind here and give him the benefit. I suppose you could say when he said they're looking to do something to make headlines, and so this was a way for them to do some kind of depraved performance art, and so you had to have the black-white thing, and you had to have him say F Trump because that's a way to get people to pay attention. I don't know. I mean, it's difficult to get into the mind of these amoral
animals,
barbarians. I mean, that's I mean, it's but I suppose if that's where Eddie Johnson's going, he's essentially saying I don't give them the credit for that much thought, maybe, and this is just they're just Philistines, and this is how they behave to another human being, and it's irrespective of race or political bent.
The worst part,
I don't know. That's a reach.
The worst part is that NBC News reported that the boys' parents were receiving text messages from the perpetrators during the entire ordeal, that they're texting his parents. I mean, these people, again, there is a special place in hell for them. And if you watch the video, dear Lord, please don't have your kids near, because I made the mistake of doing that. But it's really disturbing.
Where do they go to? Where does I'm interested to find out where he goes to school and where one of the assailants went to school as well.
Oh, it's out in the burbs, and they brought him to this apartment in the 3400 block of West Lexington, so the Holman Square neighborhood.
Well, I know, but Crystal Lake is where he's from. Streamwood is where they met. I want to find out. I want to hear about the school. I want to hear about the background of these assailants, which I suspect we'll hear in the coming days. But what kind of society produces individuals like this? That's a larger question that we try and assess all the time. I mean, it's the same society that produces 800 murders and 4,300 shootings in a calendar year.
It's the same society that doesn't respect police, so of course it wouldn't respect the mentally challenged.
Thank you for bringing that up, because in a related story, in case you've got some time on your hands in the next 2 weeks, you'll want to maybe head up to Evanston.
Mm-hmm.
Campus Northwestern University. Northwestern in the news, so you know what that means. The value of my degree is about to decline, and it is. You'll note Northwestern. You'll be able to locate the campus in Evanston because it's the campus where they've got the Black Lives Matter flag flying. Because the Black Lives Matter flag is flying over the campus of Northwestern for the next 2 weeks.
What?
While they do programming, a symposium, because they're deep thinkers. They're intellectual giants up there in Evanston. Students it's a student-organized programming on Black Lives in the United States. There's going to be a vigil for black people killed by police officers and so on and so forth. So I don't know yet if these political dissidents that tortured this 18-year-old special needs kid, I don't know if they've been invited to join in this dialogue that's happening in Evanston with all of these budding sociologists and criminologists and cultural elites. But I just wanted to connect the dots here, because if we're trying to ask the bigger question of what kind of society produces people like this and rationalizes conduct like this, maybe it's a society where one of the best universities reputedly in the country has a Black Lives Matter flag flying over for the next 2 weeks. Maybe that's
How
a part of it.
about mentally challenged Lives Matter flag?
Yeah.
That's too nuanced, though, for them.
Patty on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for taking my call, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I think part of the problem is that we're putting the emphasis, and we're to blame ourselves, on the race factor. I'm going to try to say this without crying, because you know what? This child was innocent. He was vulnerable. And that should be the outrage that every one of us, you two included, should be putting on the front porch. We should be protecting the innocent. I don't care if he's white, black, Chinese, a special needs person, somebody who's vulnerable, someone that we're to protect in society. That should be the front burner, not what the race is.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Oh,
I'm
we
sorry.
agree, Patty.
I'm just really emotional. I
No,
watched
that's fine.
it last night, too. And,
It's
and
awful.
as a mom, as somebody, it's just, that's my focus. I think about the innocent. I think about how vulnerable. I don't look at the color.
Thanks for the call, Patty. No,
And then
I
there's-
appreciate that, and we of course agree with you.
Oh, 100%, Patty.
But I mean, we have to address that they're yelling "F Trump" and "F white people," and Eddie Johnson's response. I mean, that's part of this story. I'm not saying it's central, but it's part of it. And in the race-obsessed society in which we live, it's impossible not to include that as part of the conversation for the point of eliciting responses like Patty just gave, to extend the thinking and reflection on matters
and
like
I think
this.
just for he was held against his will for 24 to 48 hours too, and there's constant like intermittent beatings of him, and then they take his clothes and they use a knife and slash his arms. I mean, they just don't stop, and then forcing his face in the toilet too. It's just so graphic and disturbing.
It's dehumanizing. That's what torture is. And it's worth noting, just to Patty's point, Illinois, Chicago, one of the worst states in the nation when it comes to provision of services for people with disabilities. So what kind of society produces these barbarians that would torture a kid with special needs, as Patty said, particularly vulnerable person that we're supposed to protect because the people who have special needs, some people need protection. They, through no fault of their own, they need help.
They do.
And we don't provide that help here. So we promise to, but we don't do it. So, I mean, as a society in Illinois, if we want to do a little bit of a mirror check, Chicago and Illinois, we don't do what we say when we talk about protecting the vulnerable. We're a bunch of liars and hypocrites here. And that's what we've come to tolerate. One of the worst states, and long the worst state in the nation, in providing services to persons with disabilities, despite all of the money that's been taxed and borrowed and spent, racking up $250 million in total debt this state has. And we're one of the worst in providing services that everybody says, oh, of course that's what I'm interested in doing. That's why I'm in public office. That's why I'm running for office, to do that. We don't do it. We don't do it. We mouth the words of concern. We don't follow it up with actions in this state. A bit of a mirror check. Mike in Cherville, Indiana.
This is Mike. I just wanted to tell you that Brock is complicit in this because although racial relations have been set back 50 years, and you're right about the people, what kind of people in the city, what kind of mindset would do this? This is horrible. When are people going to learn? Democrats teach people that everybody's against them. They don't have a chance in life. And Trump thing, if you like Trump, you're a racist. I get that all the time.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
And they're smoking cigars and eating food too while they're beating them. This is just another day in the life of somebody who lives on the west side. Today, cloudy, breezy, very cold again. A high of 15 degrees. We will have some light snow if you live in northwest Indiana, just a coating. And then tomorrow, partly sunny and cold again, a high of 14. We won't get into the 20s until hopefully on Saturday. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And that snow you mentioned in northwest Indiana is causing some issues in LaPorte County because with that and the wind, got some really nasty conditions reported right now in LaPorte County. So if you're traveling there, be extra careful because we're actually having some people report whiteout type conditions in LaPorte County. In Chicago, it's pretty quiet at the moment. Outbound Ryan at Garfield, there was a crash. That's gone. Inbound, a little bit of a delay now from 18th into downtown. Bishop Ford, slight delays. Cottage Grove to the merge. We have a few flight delays at O'Hare this morning and about 14 cancellations. There's a cancellation at Midway and a small number of delays there, too. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center. No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy and raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance. They're included in most health insurance networks and have flexible hours, including on Saturdays. So don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them Dan Proft sent you. That's me. The number is 630-409-4305. Again, 630-409-4305. Low T Center can be reached at 630-409-4305 or found online at lowtcenter.com.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
You know what, Dan, we should really mention that the 18-year-old boy, he was picked up because patrol officers saw him wandering on the street outside that apartment. They brought him in. He's receiving medical help. And they're giving him toxicology reports to make sure nothing went wrong.
Let's take a couple more calls on this. Art and Skokie, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
That's actually Kurt.
Kurt and Skokie, sorry.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I wish I could say I'm surprised at the behavior of these savages. The fact is that this goes on all the time. If you remember about 10 years ago, the Christina Eilman case, where she was like a mentally disturbed woman in Midway Airport. She was kidnapped by some gangbangers.
Thrown out of a window.
Neighborhood,
yeah.
And brought up to the Robert Taylor Homes, raped, and then thrown out of the 8th floor window.
Yeah. And John Cass wrote about that at the time extensively. I remember.
Yeah, and the perpetrators were out of prison when they got a slap on the wrist, and that's the problem. They are getting a slap on the wrist. They were out of prison before she was out of ICU, and this is why they're emboldened. And then you have Kim Fox, now state's or Cook County state's attorney. You had Eric Holder, who was an apologist for what happened in Ferguson. You had now you have Loretta Lynch, who does everything through a racial prism, and it's basically undeclared war on white people that it's been encouraged by the left and the radicals on that side.
All right, thanks for the call, Kurt. I mean, here's the thing about this: we don't know the backgrounds of these alleged assailants yet. I mean, in terms of do they have a criminal history? I'm going to be interested to find out. Because it
doesn't look like this was their first time. If you watch the video,
well, I understand, but we don't know.
That's
you don't
conjecture on my part, but
and here's the thing. So that part of it is what Kurt is saying about keeping violent predators behind bars and imposing serious sentences. That's part of it. Part of it is a larger cultural thing, larger cultural thing that transcends race that we don't want to talk about. And then we're, as we say, we feign outrage, or we get outraged by these incidents because we're shocked. But to some extent, yeah, I mean, 800 murders, 4,300 shootings, examples after examples of these cases. It's like a child getting caught in the crossfire. We're outraged. We're heartbroken for 48 hours, and then we move on until we're outraged the next time. But do we ever have that deeper conversation? Do we ever kind of think about social mores and what is being inculcated through our civic institutions, most notably our schools, in addition to families, what government policy has done to family? Do we want to have that conversation? Or do we want to just comfort ourselves with our own kind of moral indignation when these acts of barbarism bubble to our attention?
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
The website upstream-ideas.com are featured against the current installment this week is with Steve Cortez, who'll be on the show at 8:15 today, actually. Trump surrogate and part of Donald Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council. That's just one series you can find at Upstream Ideas, in addition to podcasts of our Illinois Rising program, which focuses on state and local policy and politics, 60-second commentaries, Follow the Logic Man on the Street interviews, all the premium content that complements what we do here on the morning show. It's at upstream-ideas.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll take more of your reactions to this disturbing story we've been talking about with respect to the special needs young man that was beaten and tortured. And we'll also get to the problems with repeal and delay of Obamacare. That's at 5:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 4 are being questioned by Chicago police connected with the beating shown on Facebook Live. Officials say detectives are questioning 2 men and 2 young women for the beating of a man with mental challenges who was shown on video cowering in a corner with his mouth taped shut. 4 18-year-olds were taken into custody but have not been formally charged. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson called that video sickening. Police Commander Kevin Duffin says the suspects did make stupid decisions.
That certainly will be part of whether or not a hate crime is, if we seek a hate crime, to determine whether or not this is sincere or just stupid ranting and raving.
Officers were called to a residence on the city's west side Tuesday evening where they did find signs of a struggle and damaged property. One of the attackers on the video is also heard mentioning Donald Trump, but police again are stopping short of calling the beating politically motivated. A winter storm bringing blizzard and whiteout conditions to the western U.S. near Lake Tahoe. More than 2 feet of snow, parts of California over a foot of rain. Senior U.S. intelligence officials go before the Senate Armed Services Committee today, while the penalty phase of South Carolina church shooter Dylan Roof's trial also continues today. Vice President-elect Mike Pence insisting Obamacare must be repealed and replaced.
We're working very closely with the Senate leadership on a budget resolution that will begin the process of repealing Obamacare and also create a framework for replacement going forward.
Pence called the law a major failure, said American people voted decisively to get it scrapped. Attorneys for Jesse Jackson Jr. are fighting to keep his divorce case in this state. During a status hearing yesterday at the Daly Center, former Illinois congressman's lawyers argued Sandy Jackson committed acts in this state that led to the divorce filing last month. Sandy Jackson says that case should be dismissed in Illinois and proceed in Washington, D.C. Governor Rauner will not be attending the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. Trump takes that oath January 20th. Rauner's office says he decided to skip the event because he's focused on Illinois issues like trying to get a balanced budget passed. Jimmy Butler had 20 points in the Bulls' win over Cleveland, 106-94. The news service of CiCi's Pizza, now at CiCi's. Your taste buds take them on a ride with 3 new pizzas. Kansas City pulled pork barbecue, Santa Fe chicken, and the Philly cheesesteak. All 3 part of the unlimited buffet for $5 and change, available for a limited time. 5:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Hey, you've heard how Automated Systems excels at assisting companies with systems integration and FDA compliance, but they're also a staffing leader. They supply handpicked elite leadership, subject matter experts, and proven technical professionals in engineering, quality control, and FDA compliance to support the life sciences field in executing mission-critical projects. ASI provides highly specialized pros to deliver projects on time and budget. Don't pay a lot more to a big consulting firm, and don't trust the big temp agencies to supply the talent you need. Call Laz, my friend Laz at Automated Systems, when failure isn't an option. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life sciences companies, from big pharma to startups, and excel through a culture of excellence in execution. For a staffing, compliance, or automation evaluation, call Laz now at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or AutomatedSYS.com.
I'm Dan Proft.
And I'm Amy Jacobson.
And we want to say thanks to each and every one of you who helped us to reach our goal of providing food for a year and water for life for 2,000 kids and counting in Haiti and Guatemala.
Your generosity means that these children will have a shot at living a happy and healthy life despite the enormous challenges they face.
And just because the Christmas season is over and we're starting a new year, that doesn't mean the need has gone away. You can still make a difference in the life of a child by making a $50 donation to Food for the Poor. Food for the Poor is one of America's largest and most trusted charities. Since 1982, they've been helping the poorest of the poor by directing resources directly to those in the greatest need.
Just call 855-880-3663. That's 855-880-FOOD, or go to 560theanswer.com, keyword food.
And thanks to the many business benefactors who supported this campaign, when you hear their ads on the radio station this year, we'd ask that you support their businesses as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
5:38. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're getting reports of some whiteout conditions in LaPorte County with the lake effect snow falling there, plus some winds, and it is frigid there as well. So if you're traveling in that area or heading that way, take extra precaution. It's much better at O'Hare and Midway, though there are a few flight delays this morning. Check on your flight before heading there. Edens, Kennedy, just fine right now. No delays to report yet on the Eisenhower. Mount Stevenson, stop and go State Street to Lakeshore Drive. It's 36 minutes, 3:55 for the drive. Hop on fine at 34. The ride has a 3-minute delay coming into downtown, starting around the Stevenson. Bishop Ford is a little slow. Cottage Grove to the right. Tollways are good. Traffic is a service of Discover. Become a new Discover card member, and at the end of your first year, Discover will match all the cash back you've earned dollar for dollar. Learn more at discover.com/match, only for new card members. Limitations apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, breezy, very cold today. We'll struggle to top out at 15. 6 above. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we were talking about this case of this young man, 18-year-old special needs kid who was, effectively kidnapped, held against his will, mouth taped, bound, and beaten and tortured by, he's white, the 4 assailants who are in custody, alleged assailants, are black, and again, according to Fox Chicago and other reports, the and as well as the video, since they posted this on Facebook Live.
Yeah. Such losers, this is the only way they can get attention.
They were yelling F Trump and F white people while they were beating and torturing this young special needs kid.
And they can be seen laughing and eating, smoking cigarettes as the attack's going on. They peppered him with cigarette ashes. At one point in time, they looked like he had a noose around his neck. They had him duct taped. Then they took his duct tape off so that they could make him say F white people, F Donald Trump. Then they had him drink toilet water, and they cut his hair one time so low that his scalp was bleeding. I mean, barbarians. And it lasted for 24 to 48 hours.
Is the whole, what about the culture? I mean, the people are responsible for their actions, but in terms of from where does this spring? What about the idea that we're obsessed with white privilege and everybody's alleged privileges need to be checked at the door? You're, just by the nature of your skin, you have privilege, or your skin color, you have privilege, or you don't have privilege, or your religion, or your socioeconomic status, or so forth. What about, we're outraged at this, but we kind of tolerate, we kind of guffaw, and then move past. Northwestern University hosting hoisting the Black Lives Matter flag above the campus for the next 2 weeks, and hosting this self-indulgent, student-led, race-obsessed, anti-police symposium, and I use that in quotation marks, one of the institutions of alleged higher learning. I mean, I guess, if you tolerate all of those degradations of the culture, then are you surprised where you find 4 young people without any moral coda that take it to this place that these 4 took it to? I mean, should we really be surprised? Can we connect those dots, or is that a reach? This is just an isolated incident, and it has nothing to do with the larger culture.
Well, I was horrified 2 weeks after the election when this white man on the South Side was driving his car, and they yanked him out of his car and said, "You voted for Donald Trump," and they started beating him and kicking him.
I believe vote Trump, damn it. You voted Trump! You voted Trump! Oh, yeah! You voted Trump! She been staying
And they proceeded then to steal his car and leave him there on the side of the road. But this is the second time that this has happened. And it still is this thinking
Second
now
time. These are just what we know. These are just what's captured on video,
Yeah,
so that
these people
we
wanna
can
be
talk about it. But
viral web stars or YouTube stars.
But connect the dots for me. Are there dots to be connected here? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro text line.
Well, let's replay what Superintendent Johnson said, that they don't know. I mean, the big question this morning on all the news cable shows, is this racially motivated? Is this politically motivated?
That's their big question.
Well, that's the superintendent. He's the top cop investigating. He's not convinced, even after it says on the tape, F Donald Trump and F white people.
But I think some of it is just stupidity. People just ranting about something that they think might make a headline. I don't think that at this point we don't have anything concrete to really point us in that direction, but we'll keep.
When you say F white people, I mean, that's something that's concrete.
Yeah.
I mean, the big question that the superficial thinkers in the old media want to ask is they want to obsess about hate crime. They want to do racial politics. It's a part of the conversation. But I'm trying to get to, do you see where this comes from? Or is this just, are these incidents just sui generis? One has nothing to do with the other, and the two incidents have nothing to do with what's going on in larger culture. Has nothing to do with family structure in its current iteration in particular communities and particular neighborhoods. It has nothing to do with the quality of K through 12 education that young people have access to in particular communities and particular neighborhoods. It has nothing to do with the predatory government policies that we tolerate, the political correctness, which is just a politically correct term for lying, that we tolerate because we're afraid of being called names, that the professorate tolerates, that the non-elite elites in charge of our kind of culture-generating institutions.
Well, how did our culture get to this? I mean, it's
well, that's the question.
Comprehension.
What do you think? How did it get here? I mean,
the family structure broke down, schools, but one of the perpetrators went to high school with the alleged victim. And he's from, we're learning this morning, he's from Crystal Lake, and police say he traveled to Carroll Stream to meet the friend and then ended up in a stolen car and driven to the west side where he was beaten.
Yeah.
So we're talking two different school systems.
I mean, we're
talking just your moral code and your moral character. I mean, everybody wants to be on YouTube. Everybody wants to fall down or get the, hitting the naughty bits so that it goes viral because it's funny. And this is what's wrong with kids today.
Man has always been fallen and will continue to be, and technology can't cure it. And man's depravity towards man has existed for time immemorial. Go back to Cain and Abel. But is there something more pervasive happening in a place like Chicago?
Another black eye for our city.
Just ask that question. Yeah. Ed in Chicago, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello?
Hey, Ed.
Hello. My head hurts. I've been listening to you folks. I never called before to anybody. I was a policeman for 30 years. I grew up in a mixed neighborhood in Chicago. It starts in the school system. Public aid is the worst thing that ever happened to anybody. But that's enough. You don't have enough time on your show. Let's go back. It starts you go into schools. I've been in 100 high schools and 100 grammar schools. You walk in, it's nothing but civil rights, the evil people, the government, whitey holding you down. And then you go into science. So I've been in every science. I directly went to the science classes. Never a black astronaut, never somebody that's accomplished anything with an education. It's everybody's hope from birth to death. So that black national flag is flying in more schools in this city in front of public buildings it's mind-boggling. And they get it at home, and all it is that every excuse is that, and I heard 1,000 times white people bring drugs in our neighborhood. It's constant. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. And I shake my head when I listen to these radio shows. Public aid is the worst. I can correlate that to every social woe, the jails, the criminal system, probation, the schools. That's why the schools can't accomplish nothing. They spend too much time on everybody, whitey holding you down and the government holding you down, the Republicans holding you down.
Yeah.
They hate Trump because why? He's going to cut the spigot off. We're $20-some trillion in debt. public aid is not worth. Moynihan told them that in the 60s when they were doing this. You're going to tear up the black family. And there's no men raising these boys to become men. You got a grandfather once in a while. You got an uncle once in a while. You got black people that don't want to live with these people. They go out in the suburbs and they go hide. And it's just mind-boggling. And then you got they vilify the police, the evil policeman. He's a race. They put a hood on us. We know the truth. We're in their homes. You go into somebody's home, you know exactly how their society is. And they just vilify the poor policeman, and these politicians, carry on that message that you're a victim, and it's just get rid of public aid. How long it take a baby? 9 months? A year from now, no more public aid. There's plenty of charities out there. I hate the rant.
No, I appreciate it.
Keep the faith. Keep up the good work, you guys. That girl you work with, she'll come around one day. She's a good girl. I'm sure she'll be fine. But
Thanks
I
for
appreciate you listening to my rant, but it just shakes my head. I'm moving to Indiana. I'm going to go hide on a couple acres because I can't take it anymore. I worked 15 jobs to put my kids through Catholic schools because the public schools were terrible. It's just horrible.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Ed, we got to jump. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. And it was public aid, the welfare state. Has that been a boon? Has that been something that has lifted people up as promised? Why, if it hasn't, and everybody agrees it hasn't, then why does it persist? Why does it expand? Maybe because there's some people who derive political power from those that are dependent. You want to turn somebody into a Democrat? Put them on the public dole. That's just statistically true. Jeff in Tinley Park.
Yes, good morning. As a society, what would shock you more if you heard on a Monday that there were no shootings and no killings in the city of Chicago, or there were 40 shootings and 10 killings? What would shock you more?
That there were no shootings and no killings. That would shock me.
Numb to it.
Well, right.
We as a society have been completely numb to what happens in this city. It's like a norm.
Well, that's right.
People aren't numb about
thanks
this.
for the call, Jeff. Well, they're not, but it'll pass.
No,
It'll
it won't. I'll remember
pass.
this one forever.
Well, you'll remember it, but what's anybody gonna do about it? Nothing.
I hope they start a GoFundMe page for the 18-year-old kid so I could donate, or I hope Donald Trump helps the family out in some way.
Yeah, this is not a presidential
I don't know
responsibility.
what to do. Right. Well, they brought up the president. They're beating him.
To Jeff's point, 800 murders, 4,300 shootings last year, and Fran Spielman's headline in the Sun-Times over the weekend, 2016, Rahm's political comeback year.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Rahm, is Rahm going to come out and address this issue? Address this beating?
You want to talk about desensitization? His comeback year.
His comeback year, yeah.
A 20-year high carnage. Hey! Look who's back in action politically. Look who's salvaged his political future.
I laugh so I don't cry.
Well, but
cry.
it's to Jeff's point about desensitization. Yeah, it's expected. Until it comes to my doorstep, I'll just blithely skip along. Neil in LaGrange.
As I've been on hold, so many other ideas have come into my head. But the first thing when you were talking about how Northwestern was flying the Black Lives Matter flag, well, Northwestern has already proved themselves that they can't be trusted with the old the Petraeus and the Anthony Porter case. I'm sure you followed that if you remember.
I did. Yep.
When they let that murderer out of jail because the ends justify the means. But the other caller said, it starts in the schools, but actually it starts in the home.
Yeah,
that's
right.
One of the things that the Black Lives Matter never talks about. What about the 70% out of wedlock birth rate there is in the black community?
And 50 in the Latino community and 40 in the white community. It's a systemic problem.
And they always say, with all this violence, we need more gun laws, more gun laws. Chicago has, and Illinois has some of the strictest gun laws there is in the country. And how's that working out for them?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Neil. Ken and Lombard.
Morning, Dan Amy. I'm going to make this real simple for this police official who seems to be vexed by the obvious. If the police did this to a white person, tortured and taped it, and this were found, what would those people be charged with? Should we have an Office of Professional Standards for civilians? it'd be obvious to me what the police would be subject to, and rightfully so. So this police official who ponders these things, I think you really need to recalibrate and look at reality.
Thanks for the call, Ken. Sean in Elmwood Park.
You know, you quoted the LBJ thing about about expanding the Democrat Party by giving welfare. But what else you left out, though, is that you have a system that since that time, since LBJ, embraced racism in the name of eradicating racism. And as a society, we accept it, whether it's extra points on a college exam, whether it's the affirmative action that has that very same police commissioner. When you really look at this guy, this is great. There's a video. They're saying why they're doing it. It's like the Geico commercial. Do the perpetrators say, hey, and you save 15% on insurance, and you let them go? Hey, dummy, they're telling you why they're doing it, and you can't identify it, so you have an affirmative action police commissioner who's clearly a moron. And you have a system that we openly say, if you're black, you get extra points. If you're white, you have to do a little better. Or better yet, you may be qualified, and you'll sit there and shut up. Well, some lesser person will take your position. And we wonder why we're here. We're here because we legislated. And these people will walk. And they will probably be out before this kid can really rationalize what happened to him.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's tax season. Are you prepared? Do you need help? Corporate and personal tax deadlines are approaching fast. It's time to call Timothy C. Wolf, CPA, an expert in tax preparation, IRS representation, and payroll filings. Tim is knowledgeable about current tax legislation and how to maximize your deductions. He'll have your tax return electronically filed, and any refund will be direct deposited to your account. Don't miss quarterly tax deadlines. Don't wait to the last minute to file. Trust your taxes with an experienced professional. Let Timothy C. Wolf, CPA, plan and prep your corporate and personal taxes now. Call anytime for a free review of your past 3 business or personal tax returns. 847-818-0400. 847-818-0400. Make an appointment today and receive 20% off your first-time 2016 tax preparation. Timothy C. Wolf, CPA. Find him at afreetaxreview.com. afreetaxreview.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
Dr. Howard has put together an all-new health challenge that will absolutely allow you to find out for yourself what Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies will do for you. The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of free product. Yes, 2 months of free Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call now for details. And who knows, you may be hearing your own success story on the radio. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
I would love to have it forever. They're just awesome.
You've saved for retirement but aren't sure what to do with your savings. You need to make it work for you and make it last. The Alpha Wealth Group has cutting-edge programs designed to help you identify the challenges surrounding retirement. They'll help you create a clear picture and roadmap for your future, how to maintain your present standard of living and make your money last. So don't wait until you're left without options. Get answers you need in a free report, 5 Simple Steps to a Stress-Free Retirement. This invaluable report is from Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group here in Chicago. Tom is the host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturdays at 9 a.m. on AM 560 for the past 8 years, and has been featured in Fortune and on Fox Business. Are you ready to get serious about your retirement? Call the Alpha Wealth Group now for your free report, 5 Simple Steps to a Stress-Free Retirement, at 800-748-3185. That's 800-748-3185. Or visit alphawealthgroup.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc. You've been there, or maybe you're there right now. So many uncertainties making you feel lost and insecure about the future. There's so many what-ifs that pop into your head on a regular basis. Your concerns are real. One day, you or your family may need long-term care or disability help. Unfortunate events can happen with your business or home. And of course, there's dealing with all the changing rules and regulations of healthcare. It's a lot of weight to carry around. For peace of mind and security, knowing you're ready for anything, contact independent insurance agent Eddie Grisco of the Grisco Group. As an independent insurance agent, Eddie Grisco offers more choices, less hassle, and exactly the right amount of protection for you or your business. He's your own personal advocate that can help you navigate all of the overwhelming insurance choices so you can get back to living and not worrying. Contact Eddie Grisco of the Grisco Group, a full-service insurance agent selling all types and lines of insurance. You can reach Eddie at 815-836-8233. 815-836-8233.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Vice President Pence says the Trump administration and the GOP Congress are going to be promise keepers. And on day one, priority one is repealing Obamacare. We'll discuss that topic with health insurance expert C. Stephen Tucker at 6:06.
But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 4 in custody over the apparent Chicago torture video. Hobo's gang leaders found guilty, and the Bears fired 2 assistant coaches. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Obama will get a briefing today on the intelligence about Russian election interference that President-elect Trump openly questions. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the president-elect has appeared to support WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's claim that Russia did not provide him with hacked Democratic emails, putting him at odds with the CIA and FBI, which has concluded its report on Russia's alleged hacking. Vice President-elect Mike Pence defended his boss at the Capitol.
President-elect's made it clear to the American people that he's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Mr. Trump is also at odds with some Republicans on Capitol Hill. Senator John McCain has said he believes Russia is guilty. It's expected the president-elect will be briefed on the report tomorrow. Dave.
Now, Rachel, senior intelligence officials will be asked questions about Russia at a Senate hearing this morning. Chicago police are questioning 4 black suspects in their late teens over a beating posted on Facebook Live.
Donald Trump.
It shows the beating and torture of a white, mentally disabled man who was tied up and believed held hostage as someone curses white people and Donald Trump. No charges have been filed yet.
For young adults, and they make stupid decisions. That certainly will be part of whether or not a hate crime is, if we seek a hate crime.
Chicago Police Commander Kevin Duffin, the victim, was found wandering a street disoriented on Tuesday. A fire broke out early this morning on an oil platform offshore near Louisiana. 4 people on that platform evacuated and were rescued by the Coast Guard as crews on 4 ships try to put the flames out. There are winter storm warnings from Nevada to New Mexico after heavy snow that could cause weekend flooding fell on Northern California. The Lake Tahoe area got 2 feet, making for tough driving.
There was just so many accidents, boom, boom, and a semi was always involved, boom, 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 boom.
Some roads and highways were closed, while in Oregon, strong wind knocked a tree into a house, killing an 8-year-old girl. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
9 degrees above, cloudy skies. Winds right now are out of the northwest at 12. That gives us a wind chill to start your morning of 11 below zero. 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 4 are questioned by Chicago police in connection with the beating shown on Facebook Live. Detectives are questioning 2 men at this hour and 2 women for the beating of a man with mental issues shown on video, cowering in a corner with his mouth taped shut. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson calls the video sickening.
It's sickening. You know, it makes you wonder what would make individuals treat somebody like that.
Officers were called to a residence on the city's west side Tuesday evening when they found signs of a struggle and damaged property. One of those attackers on the video also heard mentioning Donald Trump, but police are stopping short this morning of calling that beating politically motivated. Attorneys for Jesse Jackson Jr. are fighting to keep his divorce case in Illinois. During a status hearing yesterday at the Daly Center, the former Illinois congressman's lawyers argued that Sandy Jackson did commit acts in this state that led to the divorce filing last month. Meantime, the Reverend Jesse Jackson says Illinois' governor needs to be part of a solution to Chicago's problem with violence. Jackson sat down with Governor Bruce Rauner yesterday. Meantime, Rauner said he will not be attending the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump, when he takes the oath of office on January 20th. After a huge brawl last week, the Fox Valley Mall implements a new policy banning unescorted teenagers on designated high-traffic days. Mall managers say that on days the parental escort policy is in effect, no one under the age of 18 will be admitted. Unless accompanied by someone 21 or older, each adult then must show ID and can only supervise up to 4 young people. Chicago sports, Jimmy Butler 20 points, Doug McDermott 17 in the Bulls win over Cleveland 106-94. In the Valley last night, college baskets, Loyola a winner, Southern Illinois topped the Sycamores of Indiana State, Bradley over Evansville, and Illinois State a winner over Missouri State. The news service of Discover. Become a new Discover card member, and at the end of your first year, Discover will match all the cash back you've earned, dollar for dollar. Learn more at discover.com/match. Only for new card members, and limitations apply. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape, that's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy and raise your cholesterol and even cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance and have flexible hours, including Saturdays, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them Dan Proft sent you. That's me. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Again, the number 630-409-4305. Or visit them online at lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com.
Get ready, Chicagoland. Rid yourself of those cold weather winter blues and get to the debut of the Northern Illinois Golf Expo at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake, January 13th through 15th. This event is a golf enthusiast dream come true and will warm you up fast with great opportunities to get your golf game ready for spring. Don't worry, it'll be here before you know it. Check out amazing deals on golf courses, resorts, equipment, and apparel, and demo the newest equipment from golf's major manufacturers. Plus, get free lessons from local PGA professionals. Try your luck with daily contests and skills challenges for fantastic prizes. Plus, enter to win the grand prize, your very own Pro X Plus indoor golf simulator. Mark your calendars for Friday through Sunday, January 13th through 15th, the Northern Illinois Golf Expo at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. For more information, visit northernillinoisgolfexpo.com. That's northernillinoisgolfexpo.com. Tickets are available in advance on the website, northernillinoisgolfexpo.com.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Stevenson, it's stop and go from the Rhine to Lakeshore Drive. There is a stall at State Street in the left lane, plus road work. 40 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. The Rhine's kind of heavy. 23 minutes, 95 to downtown. Their expressways and tollways are looking good. Traffic service, Connect Better. When you connect better, everything comes together. Join the more than 3 million people who use GoToMeeting every month to connect with their team. Try it free at gotomeeting.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. The latest on the forecast with Holly Holdren.
We'll have cloudy, bitterly cold weather today, high 15. Frigid tonight, patchy clouds, low 3. Cold Friday with cloud, sunshine, and a high of 13. Sunny to partly cloudy Saturday, high 19. I'm Holly Holdren on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 7 at O'Hare. We have 9 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update, 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence weighing in on what seems to be growing distrust between Donald Trump and the intelligence community he will soon lead.
He's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Apparently there's yet a new standard now, which is to not confirm a Supreme Court nominee at all. I think that's something the American people simply will not tolerate.
But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, VP-elect Mike Pence met with House and Senate Republican leadership yesterday, emerged from said meetings with the House in particular, and had this to say about the disposition of the incoming administration.
Today, our message is very simple. Working with the leadership here in the House and in the Senate, we're going to be in the promise-keeping business.
And that first promise is repealing Obamacare, which he intimated Trump is going to do on day one with a series of executive orders.
It'll literally begin on day one. Before the end of the day, we do anticipate that the president-elect will be in the Oval Office taking action to both repeal executive orders and also set into motion through executive action policies to implement promises that were made on the campaign trail. But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
And just on the repeal part of it, particularly executive action, there are some areas where Trump could issue executive orders on day one, as Pence seemed to indicate. He could decide not to enforce the individual mandate. Mm-hmm. He could move to end the cost-sharing reductions or drop an appeal the Obama administration filed in response to a House lawsuit on the cost-sharing reductions. Cost-sharing reductions are the discounts offered to eligible consumers who purchase silver-level plans. The federal government then reimburses insurers for the reductions. He could also move to end the reinsurance payments that insurance companies receive from the reinsurance program under Obamacare. So there are things that he can do, but there still seems to be much controversy about what the replace looks like, and this is where Democrats have kind of entered the breach and come up with a new slogan.
Yeah, and Chuck Schumer said they've had 5 years to come up with a plan. There's no plan, and it's not Make America Great Again anymore. It's something else.
The Republican plan to cut health care wouldn't make America great again. It would make America sick again.
And then President Obama, did you see him scurrying about? He looked so uncomfortable there meeting with lawmakers at Capitol Hill, and he called it Trump care. That's what he was saying.
Doesn't like to come down from Mount Olympus to have to deal with these people.
Right. So they're having dueling meetings.
But Republicans do potentially have an issue. They can potentially put themselves in a bit of a pickle if they don't move with the replace and do so seamlessly, essentially the opposite of the Obamacare rollout, because as the Wall Street Journal opined yesterday, until they pass a coherent market-oriented substitute as a political matter, Obamacare is Trump care, like it or not. Well, for more on this, what the replace in particular could and should look like. We're pleased to be joined again by our friend C. Stephen Tucker, he of healthinsurancementors.com, one of the leading Obamacare and health insurance marketplace experts in the country. C. Stephen Tucker, or CS, as I like to call you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Morning. So what is your disposition in terms of the disruption that would occur in the marketplace if Republicans do a repeal, delay, at some point replace?
First of all, there will be no disruption for anyone's current health insurance plans, none whatsoever. What's going to happen is in the month of January, in a few short days, when President-elect Trump becomes President Trump, he's going to get rid of the things that were done illegally by this president pertaining to Obamacare, such as you accurately mentioned, the cost-sharing reduction, which was passed without Congress, which was not in the bill, which artificially lowers premiums and deductibles for people who buy silver plans and are below 200% or 250% of the federal poverty level. So that's going to go away. The mandate to purchase health insurance is going to go away. And there are several other onerous provisions that hurt business that are going to be repealed right away. And then throughout the rest of the year, those who have health insurance subsidies will be able to keep them until the end of the year, when around September or October, we'll start seeing new products enter the marketplace that are obviously less expensive. You'll have far more options. And my hope is, if you read Dr. Price's bill, the Empowering Patients First Act, which is the bill that will be replacing Obamacare, or some version of it. I'm sure there will be changes as it goes through the Senate. But that will be the bill that replaces Obamacare. And that is one of 19 bills that have been written by Republicans since Obamacare was passed into law. So when you hear people like Chucky Schumer say that Republicans do not have an alternative, we do have a viable alternative, and it will be Tom Price's Empowering Patients First Act. So I'm very excited about the options we're going to start seeing in the fall for purchase in January of 2018. But I'm even more. Go ahead.
Explain to us on with respect to Tom Price's bill. Now, again, Dr. Tom Price, the Trump nominee for HHS secretary. Explain to us what his bill does with respect to two items that are popular, right? 26 years old, up to 26 years old, stay on your parents' health insurance, and those individuals with pre-existing conditions who otherwise struggle to get health insurance coverage.
Yes, the failure to launch clause.
Yes.
That will continue. It was actually the law in most states long before Obamacare. You could keep your child on your plan till they're age 25 in Illinois and longer in other states. Of course, there were requirements at the time, like you had to be attending college, moving forward in your life, doing positive things. Now, of course, you don't have to. You can just live in the basement and be on mom and dad's policy. Nevertheless, that's going to stay because that is popular. And then most importantly, pre-existing conditions. We are going to return to the way pre-existing conditions were covered for nearly 20 years before Obamacare. And that is people who have pre-existing conditions will be able to get coverage for those pre-existing conditions, presuming, of course, that they follow HIPAA law. HIPAA outlined in Section 2741 for decades before Obamacare how pre-existing conditions will be handled in the individual and the group marketplace, so employer-sponsored and non-employer-sponsored. In the employer-sponsored market, if you kept 18 months of prior coverage, you would have coverage for all your pre-existing conditions if you switched policies, so long as you did so within 63 days of losing one policy and moving to another. That was the law for many years in the group market. In the individual market, that will now be the law. So they're extending something I've been asking for many years, extending that provision to the individual market so that people cannot game the system. The crux of the problem with Obamacare, and the reason we've lost 19 carriers, 19 health insurance companies, 250 health plans in 36 months, and the reason we only have 3 carriers left in Illinois in the individual market, is that people were allowed to game the system by calling healthcare.gov and stating that they lost income. In HIPAA law, it outlined special enrollment periods, qualifying life events where one could jump onto a health plan. You cannot jump onto your employer's health plan unless it's open enrollment, unless, of course, you have a child, you get married, you get divorced. There were very strict provisions as to when you could come onto employer's plan. Other than that, you join the first of the year or whenever the open enrollment period is. And that's the way it was supposed to be in the individual market. Unfortunately, under Obamacare, they added a new special enrollment period called loss of income. So people would simply call healthcare.gov and talk to the unlicensed, inexperienced navigators and state that, yeah, I had a loss of income last month. I need a policy. And so they would jet issue the policy and tell them within 90 days, we want you to send proof of said loss of income to our address in Kentucky. So people would simply get the policy, and then they would go to the hospital and get the surgery that's pending. It took the insurance companies, after losing $1 billion in 1 year for United Healthcare, $760 million in 2 years for Aetna, and $750 million for Humana, to figure out that something is wrong here. And after they crunched the numbers, the actuaries realized that there was a strange correlation between the time period when one has a, quote, loss of income and when one has a scheduled surgery.
Yeah.
They seem to be very close together in dates and times.
People
Then they found out
people respond to incentives. What a revelation.
So, Stephen,
it's just human nature. And then they found out that those people dumped those policies on an average of 32 days later. So they were gaming the system.
Yep, they sure
Mr.
were.
Price's bill will not allow that.
So, Stephen Tucker, we need competition in the market, obviously, to lower costs. And you're saying that that's not going to happen until next September, October?
Yeah, it's going to take some time to get Mr. Price's bill through the Senate because we, of course, do not have, a 60-seat majority. We do have a simple majority, which, of course, we can use reconciliation to repeal the entire law. And thanks to Harry Reid, there's no more filibusters. So it's very easy to repeal the entire law. The question is, as we are negotiating in the Senate, what part of Mr. Price's bill is going to be kept and which part is going to be changed, et cetera. So we don't know exactly how it looks, but we do have a very good template as to how it's going to look going forward.
And some of those additional key provisions on Price's bill, so it's not just going back to the way things were before Obamacare, but some of the ideas that have been promulgated by Republicans for years, even before the presidency of Barack Obama. Things like being able to sell health insurance plans across state lines and other market-oriented reforms that do a better job of increasing competition and connecting consumer to provider.
Yes, and we're going to see a lot of competition because the insurance companies are going to be able to offer plans that do not include things that are not medically necessary, such as maternity, sexual reassignment surgery, which we are all paying for now, hair plugs, etc. There are mandates that are ridiculous that have been forced by special interest groups onto health insurance plans that none of us want to pay for, or a very small percentage of society wants to pay for, and yet we are now all forced to pay for them. So I think those things are going to incentivize insurance companies to come back into the industry and offer health insurance plans that are more affordable. We also want to be able to have our health savings accounts restored. We want to be able to pick our deductibles instead of being required to have a deductible as high as $7,000 and $7,000 only. There are new options that are going to be coming into the marketplace, and I could not be more excited. I'm even more excited about Seema Verma. Very few people are talking about Seema Verma. She is the brilliant woman who designed Healthy Indiana for Mitch Daniels. Thanks to President Trump's appointment of her to the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, replacing Cruella Sebelius and her lackey Sylvia Burwell, we now have a woman who actually has a proven track record of saving the state of Indiana hundreds of millions of dollars, but also providing incentives for those on Medicaid to actually act as if though they have some skin in the game when it comes to purchasing health insurance, providing an impetus for them to save their own money for the future in what's called Power Health Savings Accounts. So she has a proven track record. Couple her with Tom Price, and we have a very good future as pertaining to health insurance in this country for the first time in 8 years.
He is C.S. Tucker, C. Stephen Tucker. He is the founder of HealthInsuranceMentors.com, Obamacare and health insurance market expert. C.S., thanks so much for joining us. As always, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Cold, very cold, breezy, just another frigid day, a high of 15, but factor in the wind chill and it feels around 2 degrees out there. Tonight a low of 3 And then tomorrow, partly sunny and very cold again, a high of 14. We're not going to get into the 20s until this weekend. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thank you, Amy. Dan, good morning. Eden's inbound, heavy Cicero to the junction. You get 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, heavy Foster to Lawrence, 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound still fine at 20. The Eisenhower's looking pretty good right now with no significant delays inbound, outbound, little sluggish 25th to Manheim. Mount Stevenson delays start at Pulaski, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 34. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown, locals quicker than the express. Tollways are good, Northwest Indiana, trouble-free. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Looking to secure financing on a new mortgage or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you should do what I did and call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. Nick wrote, I'm constantly amazed by your stories on the radio of banks taking advantage of their clients. Well, I recently signed a purchase agreement, but I'm questioning whether my local small-town bank loan officer knows what she's doing. I have a lot riding on this, and I'm taking on 2 mortgages until my home sells. I'm borrowing the down payment from my 401k, and getting the right deal could be the difference between success and failure. Well, guess what? David answered Nick's question, advised him how to structure his loan, and David, not that mortgage expert at his local bank, is helping Nick secure his mortgage. If you're purchasing a home and want to work with a lender that'll always look out for your financial best interest, then do what I did and call David Hochberg now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David has helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. So pick up the phone, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, 4358 NMLS 19186.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal, and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth, and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Throwing salt over your shoulder to prevent bad luck is a common superstition. But when it comes to driving on icy roads, you don't want to leave your safety to fate. Every year, more than 116,000 Americans are injured by driving on snowy, slushy, or icy pavement. Just a sprinkling of salt on the road can reduce car crashes by 88%. Let's not rely on luck this winter. Icy roads end where salt begins. Find out how at alittlesalt.org.
Hi, I'm Joan London, and if you're worried about your parent or a loved one living alone like I was, and you want reliable senior care information, then call A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. With one phone call, you'll get free information on assisted living, Alzheimer's care, nursing homes, even important financial information. It's a free service, so call now.
800-379-1174. 800-379-1174.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chris Veldman of ServiceMaster DSI, the largest ServiceMaster franchise in the United States and a customer of Signature Bank. In our business, we respond to disaster, and we never know when disaster will strike, whether it's flooding in Louisiana or a house fire in Chicago. Not all banks understand that need for flexibility, but Signature Bank does. That's why we consider them so much more than a bank. They have been our business partner since 2006, when their 3 co-founders, Mick, Kevin, and Brian, started the bank. Signature Bank is a key part of our growth strategy at ServiceMaster DSI.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Donald Trump must have been listening to our interview with C. Stephen Tucker about Obamacare repeal and replace, because he's taken to Twitter, tweeting the following: the Democrats, led by head clown Chuck Schumer,
Oh, my God.
know how bad Obamacare is and what a mess they're in. Instead of working to fix it, they do the typical thing and blame. The fact is, Obamacare was a lie from the beginning. Keep your doctor, keep your plan. It's time for Republicans and Democrats to get together and come up with a health care plan that really works, much less expensive, and far better, all caps for emphasis.
Is there an exclamation point at the end, too?
There is an exclamation point at the end. I'm glad you asked.
Our Twitter in chief.
Head clown Chuck Schumer. Love it.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate going to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of that on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee and energy drinks just to get through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, raise your cholesterol, and even cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance, and they're in-network with respect to most providers. They have flexible hours, including Saturdays, so don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm sure glad I did, and all of their services, by the way, FDA approved. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them Dan Proft sent you. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Again, the number 630-409-4305, or visit them online at lowtcenter.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Donald Trump has indicated he wants to revamp the Director of National Intelligence Office. What does former House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Rogers think about that? We'll ask him at 6:36.
Yeah, and why is Donald Trump leaving Julian Assange over U.S. intelligence? But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 4 are jailed after a Facebook Live video appeared to show a mentally disabled man being tortured inside a home on Chicago's west side. Police say the suburban victim was found wandering Tuesday evening not far from where they believe the attack happened in Chicago. In the video, several are seen cutting the man's clothes and hair while shouting obscenities about Donald Trump and whites. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson calls the video sickening. Police Commander Kevin Duffin says they're still investigating, but it appears the suspects, at the very least, made stupid decisions.
That certainly will be part of whether or not a hate crime is, if you seek a hate crime, to determine whether or not this is sincere or just stupid ranting and raving.
4 18-year-olds were taken into custody but have not yet been formally charged. Intelligence officials heading to Capitol Hill today. They're briefing lawmakers on Russia's alleged hacking during the presidential campaign. Federal investigators say it could take days to find out why a Long Island Railroad train crashed at the end of a platform in Brooklyn. About 100 people were hurt. A similar accident in nearby Hoboken, New Jersey in September killed a woman. Much of northern California and the Sierra Nevadas bracing for possible flooding into the weekend. Winter storm has dumped more than 2 feet of snow around Lake Tahoe. Stiff winds toppled towering evergreens in an Oregon town. One fell on a home, killing an 8-year-old girl. Macy's is closing 68 stores around the country after a less than stellar holiday shopping season. In addition, Macy's will lay off 6,200 employees as it streamlines its corporate operation. 6 members of Chicago's Hobos gang now face life in prison after a jury at the Dirksen Federal Building found them guilty of racketeering and conspiracy. Sentencing in the case is set for June 23rd. Racine, Wisconsin police are investigating after a young boy was found wandering outside in below freezing temps. Police say a citizen found the boy 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday, bringing him to police. The boy is estimated to be 1 or 2 years old. The boy's mother was located about 3 hours later. NBA last night. Jimmy Butler, 20 points. Doug McDermott, 17. And the Bulls took down Cleveland, 106-94. The news, a service of Discover. Become a new Discover card member, and at the end of your first year, Discover will match all the cashback you've earned, dollar for dollar. Learn more at discover.com/match, only for new card members. Limitations apply. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
A Beautyrest Platinum mattress brings you innovative design and superior style. With Beautyrest Platinum, experience elegantly orchestrated sleep. Enjoy precision and control with a Beautyrest Platinum sleep system.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
6:35, let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. The latest on that morning commute, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, it's slow Canfield to Lawrence, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. And the Ohio feeder is getting a little heavy, too. The outbound side is still good. Inbound Edens has a 2-minute delay from Peterson to the junction. Outbound, it's fine. Inbound Eisenhower, slow 17th to Harlem, 31 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 36. There's a crash at First Avenue. Delay started Central. Stevenson, 39 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, a little heavy at 290. Traffic, service of Staples. Are you resolved to get organized this year? Staples has low prices on everything your business needs to be organized this year, like banker's boxes, file folders, and storage bins. And right now, 18-gallon plastic totes are just $3. Ends 1/7 while supplies last. Staples, make more happen. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, breezy, cold, high near 15. A frigid night ahead, low of 3 above, and a high only of 14 tomorrow. Currently 8 above at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and we got some matters happening at the national security level. One, there seems to be a heightened tension between the Obama administration and the Putin regime, particularly along the border of Lithuania, and there's been longstanding concern about Putin's revanchism. extending into the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and hello. Oh, hello. Hello. And in addition to that, a front-page Wall Street Journal story yesterday that Donald Trump plans to revamp the Director of National Intelligence Office. And we want to get
what does that mean
expert
exactly?
perspective on what is being suggested that Trump is thinking. And to do that, we're happy to be joined again by our friend Mike Rogers. He's a former member of Congress representing Michigan's 8th Congressional District. He was also the House Intelligence Committee chairman during his time in Congress, former officer in the U.S. Army and FBI special agent. Mike Rogers, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
And Amy, always good to be back.
Oh, and I should also mention, host of CNN Declassified, show on CNN Declassified. I believe he makes somewhere in the area of what Megyn Kelly makes doing that show. I don't know the exact numbers. I won't ask you, but I just know it's in the general range.
Yeah, exactly. As in a rounding error decimal point.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so starting before we get into Russia and to some extent Israel too, I want to talk about. But what about this journal story about Trump's plans to revamp the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, believing that office has become a bit bloated and a bit politicized, according to people familiar with Trump's view?
Yeah. Well, two things. So when I was working on the transition from July to Election Day, one of the proposals that we had come up with in the national security space was to revamp the DNI. So I don't believe that was related to this current spat that's going on between the president-elect and the intelligence business. It has grown too big. It's about 10 times what it was originally forecasted to be in size, and it's one of those government things that had lots of money flowing over to it because we're in the middle of a war and a conflict and all these international incidents. So it was getting lots of money, grew too fast. And so my recommendation at the time and the folks we were working with was we can spin some of these people back to the agencies and make them do more operational work than D&I type work. So that one doesn't surprise me. I don't think that is a huge shock. The one that surprised me, and I read it in the paper, so I don't know what they're thinking, but was that they're going to spin off people in the CIA and quote unquote put them in the field. And the problem is that doesn't work that way, and so I'd scratch my head on that one and try to figure out more what they're trying to do. If they're, every question you do when you get a screwdriver over at the CIA is, does this help recruit spies for the United States, and does it improve the analytical product we get so that policymakers can make a good decision? And if you can't answer yes to both of those questions, they ought not to do it.
It can't help with morale over at the CIA and FBI when Trump dismisses claims from U.S. intelligence and believes Julian Assange about the Russian hacking or alleged Russian hacking over his own U.S. intelligence. Do you see that as a problem? I mean, should he be condemning Julian Assange?
I don't understand where the president is going with that, or president-elect. And it's just a fight not worth having. In whatever it is, 14 days, he will own the CIA is going to be his, and all of those agencies. He gets every key to every cabinet. So if he wants to have an internal review about how they processed, how they came to that information, he can do that. And it really should be, it isn't Donald Trump against the whole world when he becomes president. He needs the agency as a tool for his diplomacy. Without a shadow of a doubt, he absolutely needs them, and he needs them functioning in a way that's very effective. If they want to make those kind of changes, great. But really siding with a guy who is charged with sexual assault, who is a fugitive from the law, who's been living in the basement of a embassy, and by the way, who has leaked American secrets to the damage of both our State Department and our intelligence services and our military. Boy, that's a head-scratcher. That's the boy in Queens, I think, deciding everybody's against him and he's going to fight everybody. That needs to change when he becomes president.
It seems to me that maybe some of that has to do with the misreporting of the hacking matter as well, though, too. I would suggest purposeful conflation of hacking the DNC with hacking the election, and so perhaps it's a little bit of a response
to the media and, frankly, some of kind of the leaking of intelligence conclusions or suppositions about the hacking and the evidentiary basis for those suppositions, too. I mean, there's a lot there, and it's being spun differently than even, frankly, the information that has been contained in those reports, at least as we understand them from the reporting that's been done on it.
Yeah, and I completely understand it. I do argue that Obama has politicized intelligence in a way that we haven't seen with any president, and continues to have the air of, who, me?
Right, right.
And it was all revolving around this Russian hacking. They could not bring themselves to bear that they had lost an election, that the Americans rejected the policies of Barack Obama, that they have rejected the policies of the Democrats over the last 8 years. And I don't think they could really come to bear with it. They had to blame somebody. And this leaking is dangerous. You don't know where it's coming from, but there are a lot of political appointees around the president that would have access to information that could be quoted as an anonymous source. Remember, none of that was official, other than the president saying, well, I feel pretty confident about it.
Right.
Now, the CIA and FBI did come out later and say they're in agreement on their assessment that the Russians actually got in and stole the information, amongst many others, apparently. And so everyone needed to take a deep breath. And it was not about the Russians stealing an election. What they did do is steal emails from the campaign manager, and I believe caused them to be leaked to the public so the public read them. That's what they did.
Yeah.
It really had nothing to do with how people voted, other than it exposed, I think, some things that were shocking to people.
Well, and so then on his way out the door, the expulsion of these 36 Russian diplomats, and there was a very entertaining exchange this week with Jonathan Karl from ABC News and the Dickensian-named White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest about the response from the Obama administration to the Chinese hacking OPM and 20 million records, including classification levels and all kinds of disclosures of government employees. No public response to that hacking. And now out the door, after they lost an election they thought they were going to win, we're going to offer this shot across the bow, as it were, against Putin.
Yeah, it's reactionary diplomacy, and that's always dangerous, especially when you're walking out the door. And I agree. I mean, the Chinese stole some 22 million classified documents, and by the way, one of those was mine. I got my letter from OPM, and matter of fact, I had to re-up my security clearance recently for some projects I'm working on, and I couldn't remember where I lived 20 years, so I just called the Chinese embassy. Address. I'll tell you what, they're very good.
Yeah, it's good.
I had that thing in about 3 minutes.
It's good to know that we've got it backed up there over at Beijing. Yeah.
So, Mike Rogers, today, President Obama, he's going to be briefed about the alleged Russian hacking. Donald Trump tomorrow. Donald Trump had kept saying he's going to tell the American people. Do you think he should just keep that close to the vest, or he's disclosing too much here?
I do. I mean, one of the things that I would do, and I would recommend if I were to the president-elect, is we want to get as much detail as we can on how they got it. So sources and methods of collection, so that you can go in your own mind, get some validity of, okay, I feel comfortable with why they came to this assessment. If in fact the intelligence community came to that assessment, only he's going to know that. The more you disclose, the closer you get to sources and methods, the more concerned I get, because if we let on to an excellent cyber service like the Russians have, how we do things, that's dangerous. It means it makes our job in the intelligence, or their job in the intelligence community, much, much, much harder. I think he needs to take this, come up with a 30,000-foot statement saying, all right, I didn't agree with him. I asked him, when I get there, I'm going to ask him to do more. I'm going to ask him to do that. That's all fine. But I would not start disclosing this. This isn't a game at this point. And we have to remember, when you discredit an agency like the CIA so publicly by the president, who's your boss, what you're telling people who are in a very dark alley somewhere in the world, risking their life, to try to get someone who is not a U.S. citizen, they work for a foreign government, to risk their life, you make that relationship pretty tenuous. Am I willing to risk my life if I'm a Russian serving in a Moscow agency of which we're interested in, to work with an agency if even the President of the United States doesn't trust that agency? Probably not.
Well,
we've just made their lives really difficult, and it made our collection posture really difficult. That's the only thing I worry about a public spat.
Yeah, and perhaps that trust will increase when his personnel is in place directing those agencies. And so I wanted to get your assessment, because I don't think we've spoken to you since some of these nominations were offered up, your assessment on Mike Pompeo to head up CIA and Rex Tillerson at State and the other national security personnel that Trump has tapped.
Yeah, I know Mike Pompeo personally. I worked with him in Congress. I was chairman. He was on my committee. I think he's very good, very smart. He's very competent. He'll be fine. I don't know Rex Tillerson personally, but everything I've heard, read, and talked to people who worked around him tell me the guy is very, 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 very good. He's going to bring a different perspective. I don't think that's a bad thing. The world has been rattled by our diplomacy in the last 8 years, and I mean rattled. And somebody with that kind of gravitas walking in, taking the reins, could probably be a good thing for American diplomacy overseas. At the end of the day, it's that transition from being CEO to being someone at the State Department. There's a little bit of a difference there. And remember, the government has the ability to do things that no other company can do. And so making sure all of that is judicious. This is something Congress, which is why we have a Congress, to kind of watch over that and make sure we're in the right direction. But I feel pretty confident in those two selections.
I want to get also, too, before we let you go, the interpretation of U.S. Special Forces being deployed to the Russian border yesterday to seemingly defend Lithuania. Is there some concern that, I know there's a standing concern about Putin's eyes on the Baltic, but is there any sense of some imminent threats of Russian troops in Vilnius?
Well, unfortunately, yes. So one of the things that has happened is, and Lithuania is something he is an eye on the prize for Vladimir Putin. And, we have relationships and military relationships with Latvia and Lithuania. And what happened is he's been building up those troops, and a couple of years ago he was making these statements that any country that has, the majority of Russian speakers, and ethnic ties to Russia, and if they're asking for help, well, he's going to come give it. And he's talking about the Baltics. And he moved significant troop movements toward the border of the Baltic countries. And so that's why people are a little bit nervous about what he might do in this transition. And this is a pretty dangerous time for national security reasons, because countries, and certainly Vladimir Putin knows that Barack Obama doesn't have any juice left at all. I mean, that lemon is completely squeezed out, and he's not going to be able to react in a very meaningful way. He might be able to do something like just happened, and certainly Trump doesn't have his arms around it, nor do his teams have any ability to make any of those decisions. It's just a very tenuous time, and that may have been a shot across the bow to say, just to let you know, they are, we do have defense pacts there, and we're going to live up to them. Just to tell Putin to keep his hands off of what we know he wants. He wants those countries back. He needs the Riga warm water port is what he'd really like to have.
He is former Michigan Congressman and House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Rogers, now the host of the CNN show Declassified. Mike, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan and Amy, thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The head of Volkswagen to skip Detroit's auto show. The Fed's plans for 2017 rate hikes are revealed. And is there a Faraday in your future? Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. Attention investors, your IRA or your 401k may be at risk again. The 2008 crash wiped out up to 50% of IRAs and 401ks. Can you afford to lose again? What if you could store IRA or 401k savings where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? With the Augusta Gold or Silver IRA, you transfer a portion of retirement savings into physical coins you can actually see and get fast in case of any disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today for a free gold and silver IRA guide. No obligation. Augusta Precious Metals, A-plus Better Business Bureau rating, 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org.
Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993. One more time, 1-855-222-6993.
When the North American Auto Show opens in Detroit this Sunday, one person who won't be on hand is Volkswagen CEO Matthias Mueller. With a still not settled U.S. criminal investigation into the emissions scandal, neither Mueller nor the Volkswagen Executive Board will attend the event. In newly released minutes of their December rate hike meeting, Fed policymakers talked about how to handle future interest rate hikes. They expect to have gradual hikes this year, but the Fed will expedite hikes if needed to fight inflation. At the Consumer Electronics Show, startup car maker Faraday Future rolling out a prototype of its electric car. They promise the car will be on the billion-dollar assembly line in Nevada by 2018. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
A great night's sleep is so important to your health. And it's no fun sleeping on a flat pillow, flip-flopping during the night, or waking up feeling unrested. The solution? Order a MyPillow today. MyPillow has a patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, dryable, manufactured in America, and guaranteed not to go flat for 10 years. And right now is a great time to buy. If you buy one MyPillow, you'll receive another MyPillow plus 2 Go Anywhere pillows for no additional charge. Plus, the MyPillow money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. Visit MyPillow.com. Click the Radio Listener Special tab and use the promo code AMY. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for one low price. Or call 800-489-0201 and be sure to mention the Radio Listener Special and the promo code AMY. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201, promo code AMY.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I feel like at least 50% better so far. I'm not as fatigued because I do construction work, so I normally get knocked around a lot. And I'm like 60 plus years old, and I'm still doing it. And I can start beating guys half my age now.
Dr. Howard has put together an all-new health challenge that will absolutely allow you to find out for yourself what Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies will do for you. The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of free product. Yes, 2 months of free Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call now for details. And who knows, you may be hearing your own success story on the radio. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
I think it's the best nutritional supplement on the market.
I'm Dan Proft.
And I'm Amy Jacobson.
And we want to say thanks to each and every one of you who helped us to reach our goal of providing food for a year and water for life for 2,000 kids and counting in Haiti and Guatemala.
Your generosity means that these children will have a shot at living a happy and healthy life despite the enormous challenges they face.
And just because the Christmas season is over and we're starting a new year, that doesn't mean the need has gone away. You can still make a difference in the life of a child by making a $50 donation to Food for the Poor. Food for the Poor is one of America's largest and most trusted charities. Since 1982, they've been helping the poorest of the poor by directing resources directly to those in the greatest need.
Just call 855-880-3663. That's 855-880-FOOD, or go to 560theanswer.com, keyword food.
And thanks to the many business benefactors who supported this campaign, when you hear their ads on the radio station this year, we'd ask that you support their businesses as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Dennis Prager here for the amazing Relief Factor, the natural solution for people struggling on and on with chronic pain like back, neck, shoulder, hip, knee, or general muscle aches and pains. My wife Sue and I are both very happy customers. I was skeptical at first, and I have never before endorsed a pain reliever. I do now. So if you're in pain, go to ReliefFactor.com. Check it all out at ReliefFactor.com.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. Stay warm this winter. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for winter storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
Are you worried how the election, global events, and the current economy might affect your retirement? Listen to Grow My Retirement, Saturdays at 2 with Bill Geiger, Chicago's retirement planning advisor. Bill helps you translate complex retirement issues into easy-to-understand steps to help you create a retirement income you can't outlive.
The important thing of this show is not when the next downturn is coming, but to have your portfolio and your retirement plan ready for it.
Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger, Saturday at 2 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
What will House Republicans Obama replace look like? We'll ask Peter Roskam at 7:07.
And later, we'll have more information about the disabled teen tied up and tortured. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
4 in custody over that apparent Chicago torture video. WIND Chicago News Time, 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. What the Russians are accused of doing, hacking into our presidential campaign, will be discussed today at the White House and on Capitol Hill. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, intelligence officials will go before the Senate Armed Services Committee to answer questions about cyber attacks. Republican Chairman John McCain has made it clear he believes Russia did hack Democratic emails.
The hacking was an attack, and we should be treated as such.
Also today, President Obama will get an intelligence briefing on Russia's alleged hacking election interference. The president-elect has said he's reserving judgment and has seemed to believe WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's claim that Russia did not give him the leaked emails. Mr. Trump expected to get his briefing tomorrow. Dave.
And Rachel, the president-elect has fired off more tweets this morning saying it's time for Republicans and Democrats to come up with a new health care plan, much less expensive and far better. He writes the Democrats, led by head clown Chuck Schumer, know how bad Obamacare is. Now, Schumer says
Republicans would create chaos in the health care system because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have no idea what to put in place of the Affordable Care Act.
The Coast Guard is out battling a fire off the Louisiana shore on an oil platform. 4 people evacuated the flames early this morning and then were rescued unharmed. No oil slick has been reported. 4 black suspects are in custody in Chicago after a white, mentally disabled man was tied up and tortured in a beating posted on Facebook Live.
White people, boy. No.
The attackers cut this man's scalp, made him drink from a toilet, and held him at knife point, forcing him to speak against Donald Trump. He was eventually let go and found wandering in the cold.
Fox's Matt Finn in Chicago. Police are considering kidnapping, maybe hate crimes charges. It is snowy from California to New Mexico. Areas around Lake Tahoe got 2 feet, causing traffic accidents. Blizzard conditions shut down some roads and a highway. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
9 degrees above with a wind chill of 9 below. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. 4 are jailed after a Facebook Live video appeared to show a mentally disabled man being tortured in a home on Chicago's west side. Police say the victim was found wandering Tuesday evening, not far from where they believe the attack happened. In that video, several are seen cutting the man's clothes and hair while shouting obscenities about Donald Trump and other whites. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson called the video sickening. Police Commander Kevin Duffin says the suspects made, quote, stupid decisions.
That certainly will be part of whether or not a hate crime is, if you seek a hate crime, to determine whether or not this is sincere or just stupid ranting and raving.
The 4 18-year-olds were taken into custody but have not yet been formally charged. 6 members of the Chicago Hobos gang are facing life in prison after a jury found them guilty of racketeering and conspiracy charges. Jurors convicted the reputed leaders of the so-called super gang in Chicago federal court yesterday. Sentencing is set for June 23rd. Incoming White House press secretary Sean Spicer says he doesn't know ahead of time what President-elect Donald Trump is going to tweet. During an appearance last night at the University of Chicago, Spicer said he checks Trump's Twitter feed first thing in the morning because it drives the news, but he dismissed the idea on campus last night at U of C that the real estate mogul tweets randomly, telling the audience Trump is a strategic thinker. Governor Rauner will not be attending the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump in Washington. Trump takes that oath January 20th. Rauner's office says he's focused on Illinois issues like passing a balanced budget. Shoppers in 3 Illinois communities about to have one less major choice. Macy's will close stores in Bloomingdale, Alton, and Bloomington, all set to close at some point this year. Bulls over Cleveland 106-94. College baskets in the Valley, Loyola, top Northern Iowa, Southern Illinois over Indiana State, Bradley over Evansville, and Illinois State beat Missouri State. The news service of Staples resolved to get organized this year. Staples has low prices on everything your business needs to be organized this year, like banker's boxes and storage bins. Right now, 18-gallon plastic totes are just $3. Ends 1/7 while supplies last. Staples, make more happen. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Celebrate the new year with a change. Stamp your passport to paradise. Escape Chicago and join Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh in Punta Cana at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa. It's an all-inclusive, all-suites, adults-only resort located in beautiful, sunny Punta Cana. Time is running out to book your trip through Apple Vacations. Don't get left out in the cold this year. Visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword passport.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape. That's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie and I wanted to take a moment to wish you and your families a happy new year.
Aw, Craig, that's so sweet. And it's also true. We truly are grateful when you make the choice to work with us.
We hope you'll make a resolution to consider Wealth Management Group as your financial partner in 2017.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
7:06, check of the roads, AM 560's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Traffic on the inbound 8 is heavy from Elston to the junction. 20 minutes like Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. On Kennedy, delay start at Kimball, 23 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. Quicker in the locals, southbound, just a 1-minute delay, Foster to Sayre. On Eisenhower, delays start at 9th Avenue. It's 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 32. Down Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 5 at 34. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both good. Southbound Tri-State, stop and go. Bradley to the Lake Forest Oasis with a crash on the left shoulder. Northbound, stop and go. Plainfield Road to 47th. From the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways look good. No delays to report in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. The latest on the forecast with Holly Holdren.
Cloudy and bitterly cold today, high 15. Frigid tonight with patchy clouds and a low of 3. Frigid on Friday, partly cloudy skies, high 13. Partly cloudy and cold Friday night, low 7. I'm Holly Holdren on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 9 above. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence weighing in on what seems to be growing distrust between Donald Trump and the intelligence community he will soon lead.
He's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Apparently there's yet a new standard now, which is to not confirm a Supreme Court nominee at all. I think that's something the American people simply will not tolerate.
But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And oh boy.
Yes.
President Obama is just losing friends left and right. And I'm not talking about, Joe Biden packing up all the ceremonial scissors from the shovel-ready projects and not succeeding, as far as I know, in curing cancer like he was supposed to before the end of the Obama regime. I'm talking about this piece in The Atlantic by Garrett Epps, who's otherwise an apologist, and he concedes the point, saying, even for those like me who admire the 44th president, the constitutional record is disturbingly mixed. Obama leaves the Constitution weaker than he found it, says the left-leaning Atlantic and one of its scriveners, Garrett Epps. Now, he focuses on things that have to do with war and peace, the drone program and the like matters with respect to surveillance and FISA court and the inability to get Gitmo formally closed and so forth, not matters that I would include, like matters in the areas of religious liberty or the backdoor takeover of the health insurance market called Obamacare. But boy, oh boy, Obama leaves the Constitution weaker than he found it. That's just a fact, writes Garrett Epps in The Atlantic. How about them apples, Amy? And just quickly, too, Anthony Bourdain, a very fun interview.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Bourdain from Parts Unknown, the No Reservations, does all these restaurant shows.
Best show ever.
Yeah, he's an irreverent type. He is asked in an interview he gave in Reason Magazine, "You're a liberal. What should liberals be critiquing their own side for?" Bourdain, "There's just so much. I hate the term political correctness, the way in which speech that is found to be unpleasant or offensive is often banned from universities, which is exactly where speech that is potentially hurtful and offensive should be heard." He goes on to say, "The utter contempt with which privileged Eastern liberals such as myself discuss red state gun country working class Americans as ridiculous and morons and rubes is largely responsible for the upswell of rage and contempt and desire to pull down the temple that we're seeing now." There's a little bit of proper self-reflection from a self-described liberal like Bourdain. And just a quick addition to this. I just want to get this in.
What?
He's asked what he thinks of Bill Maher, Bourdain. Bourdain says of Bill Maher, "Insufferably smug. Really the worst of the smug, self-congratulatory left. I have a low opinion of him. I did not have an enjoyable experience on his show, not a show I plan to do again. He's a classic example of the smirking, contemptuous, privileged guy who lives in a bubble, and he's in no way looking to reach outside or even look outside of that bubble in an empathetic way." Boy. I tell you, all kinds of truth being spoken to and from power. And for more of that, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Congressman Peter Roskam, Republican from
Illinois 6, of course, hails from God's country, Wheaton, Illinois.
Oh, boy.
Peter, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan and Amy, good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Pleasure. And so we've got the repeal of Obamacare moving, and there's some debate, it seems, about a delay in the replace. And what is the temperature of the House Republican caucus on the pace and form of what replaces Obamacare?
The interest is to move fast. So the vice president came in yesterday, as you know, and urged us to move quickly, and there's an appetite to move quickly. The name of the game is a good, smart, crisp transition out of Obamacare and onto a market-driven system, and the type of system that we've been longing for a long time. And it's interesting, the architects of Obamacare created it as a prelude to a single-payer system. It was designed to fail, but it failed too quickly for them. And so now one of two things was going to happen. Their desire was for it to crash into a single-payer system, for all the health care delivery process to atrophy in the years that Obamacare was up in place. The system crashes, and then a single-payer system is the only thing that can come up out of it. But it crashed too fast. And so now we've got an opportunity to really put together a healthcare system that goes and does two things. Number one, removes the cost drivers that have made healthcare too expensive. And also, let's figure out how to deal with this complicated problem of pre-existing conditions. And we can do those two things. They're not mutually exclusive. But in answer to your question, people want to move quickly.
Well, how long do you think it's going to take before there's more competition out there and costs are driven down?
In answer to your question, Amy, I think it's going to take this Congress to get that done. So to repeal is, that's simple. That's a simple vote moving forward, and that's going to move quickly. And then getting the systems in place, it's like building out anything else. But there is a real urgency to getting this done and getting this done this Congress.
And Nancy Pelosi has suggested, they've had 5 years. The Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer talking point is, you've had 5 years, you got no ideas, they don't have a replacement to propose. There has been legislation introduced previously, like by the soon-to-be HHS Secretary, Dr. Tom Price. Is that, like Price's bill, is that the form that a replacement is likely to take?
I think it is. So you've got Price's bill. Back during the the Obamacare plan, there was a Ways and Means alternative that never got any attention by the Democrats, that the Congressional Budget Office reviewed and said this will actually lower health care costs. So, to Pelosi's point, now it's time for the GOP to put up the alternative, and that's what we're in the process of putting together. But in answer to your question, time is essential. And look, in order to maintain the faith and the consistency with the campaign pledge that Republicans have communicated up and down the campaign trail, and Trump and Pence talked about in their campaign, it's got to happen as quickly as possible.
I want to ask you, were you part of that clandestine meeting, I think, on Monday night where, without warning, House Republicans voted to gut the Independent Ethics Office?
Well, so let's rewind the tape.
Yes.
This is an office that Nancy Pelosi created when she and the Democrats took the majority. The United States Senate does not have this office. It's a special office. And it allows anonymous complaints to come in, and it allows people to have accusations made against them, and no opportunity to confront an accuser. So the press characterized it as gutting. I would say reforming and updating so that you give normal due process rights to people who are accused of something. And I think it's a good idea to reform it. There was obviously a mischaracterization and a huge outcry about it. But I think this is one of these things. It's got to be updated, and it's got to be reformed. And at the very least, the United States Senate should be living by the exact same rules that the House does.
Right, and so the opposition, by the way, that there's a committee that has oversight over this independent watchdog, too. So it wasn't like there was no then investigative body if this committee were to be, if this independent entity was to be reformed in some measure. But in terms of anonymous complaints, so I just want to be clear. There's not an opposition to anonymous complaints. Sometimes, whistleblower they don't want to come forward even with whistleblower protection. It's the question of if you're going to take up an anonymous complaint and investigate it, then there has to be a chance to respond before you start issuing press releases or kind of, that sort of thing. Is that is that kind of the sense of it?
That's it exactly. I mean, so this was really tempest in the teapot, but to come right out of the gate and want to reform these rules, it got a lot of attention. But these are rules that really need to be updated and changed. And at the very least, look, if it's good for the House, the Senate should be living by this standard.
Okay, well then why did you guys scrap the plans?
Pardon me?
Why did you reverse course? Why did you scrap the plans to do it?
There wasn't enough support to make the changes. I didn't reverse course. I think you need to make these changes. But the House leadership ultimately said, we're not going to deal with this.
That's an optics problem. I think
it was a mistake.
All right, so I want to get to the governing agenda. I mean, you've heard Trump and Pence restate a lot of the things they said in the campaign. As you mentioned, Pence's meeting yesterday with the leadership in both chambers, talking about repeal of Obamacare on day one, intimating Trump may take some executive actions in that direction on day one as well. There's been discussion about structural tax reform. There's been discussion about immigration reform, including the construction of a wall being a first 100 days priority. What are the things that you're going to pay particular attention to, focus your work on in terms of structural reforms, rethinking of the federal government with the new administration?
I'm going to be spending a tremendous amount of time on tax reform. We've got a tax code that's a disaster. Nobody's defending the status quo. The shine is completely off the penny of the enforcement agency, that is the IRS. And if we can reform our tax code and make it simpler for families so that 95% of Americans can fill their form out on basically a one sheet of paper, a postcard essentially, and make the U.S. the most competitive tax jurisdiction in the world, that will be a huge accomplishment. And I am absolutely convinced with the election of Trump and Pence, we have moved from tax reform being, like a 5% possibility into now being more likely true than not true. I think that 2017 is going to be the year for tax reform. And I think from my constituency's point of view, they're begging for mercy underneath this tax code. And it doesn't matter if you're, a family in a very modest situation or you're running a company out in the burbs that's doing business all over the world. They are really begging for mercy under this tax code.
Now, can I propose an idea that may help to curry some bipartisan favor for whatever?
Of course.
Yeah. So I'm thinking this tax amnesty provision in the structural reforms, the reduction of the corporate personal rates, for anybody who has now or previously hosted a show on MSNBC, because according to a Heat Street review, there's 6 current MSNBC pundits and hosts and 3 that have just left who have, amassed
outstanding tax bills,
millions of dollars in tax liens. And I just think if you, give a Chris Matthews, you give an Al Sharpton, you give a Craig Melvin. I don't know who these people are. If you give them a break, then maybe that's a way to curry favor with, Nancy Pelosi and her friends.
Hey, I'll see it and I'll raise it. How about this? We give former Obama Treasury officials like Timothy Geithner,
who
didn't pay his taxes before he went in. Let's give him an amnesty program too.
Or at least give every Democrat member of Congress and former Obama cabinet secretaries a complimentary copy of TurboTax. How about that? I mean, there's got to be a way to work this out. All right, he is Peter Roskam, Congressman from Illinois, 6th Congressional District. Peter, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
You guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Left that important detail out. Today, it's going to be cloudy. Still cold and frigid, actually. A high of 15 degrees tonight, a low of 3. And tomorrow, still, we can't get out of the teens, a high of 14 degrees. But by this weekend, we should hit 22 degrees, which seems downright warm. Any drama on the roadways? Here's Jim Tillamonte.
Well, Amy, in your former home of Mount Prospect, there's a crash. Central Road at Rand Road. The intersection is open, though. The Edens is pretty light. 19 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 20. To Kennedy, 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, it's heavier in the express lanes. The Ohio feeder's backed up. Outbound, just a 1-minute delay. Foster to Sayre. The Eisenhower, 34 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 32. Stevenson, it's 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's clear. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95 to downtown. Tri-State southbound really jammed now from 120 to the Lake Forest Oasis, where a crash has moved to the left shoulder. Northbound delays are from Plainfield Road to 47th, and then from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial heavy 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Hey, it's a new year.
Hola.
But it's the same old cold, snowy weather here in Chicago. And a great way to start out 2017 is to book your trip to somewhere warm and sunny, somewhere like Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. That's where we're heading. Joe Walsh, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. That's where we're going this year. And we'll be staying at the beautiful Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa. It's an unlimited luxury resort that just opened in November. It has 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars serving unlimited premium drinks, and, of course, 24-hour room service. Now the resort has sparkling pools and access to pristine beach, and there's a volleyball net there. So join us in Punta Cana. Get more information and book your trip by visiting 560theanswer.com. Keyword passport.
On the second, Moindexter.
The trip is filling up fast, so don't wait. The price that Apple Vacation has secured for this trip is incredible and exclusive only to us, but it will expire, so don't miss out. Book your trip today. Do it now. Visit 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword passport.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Spaveri's is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
So have you picked out your dress?
Well, 2017, there could be wedding bells ringing this year for
Mr. Proft?
One Dan Proft. Cosmopolitan picked up a story we talked about months ago.
Like about a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's this new craze, which stands perfectly to reason from the redefinition of marriage. The movement of self-marriage. The movement of self-marriage, which is to marry oneself.
Do you, Dan, take Dan to be your lawful wedded husband, wife?
I am still courting me. I'm still in the courting me period.
Oh, okay. Have you met the parents yet?
But it's going well.
Relatives, friends?
We seem to have a lot in common.
Let me guess, you guys drive the same car. You live in the same building. Shared values.
In Canada, there's a Marry Yourself Vancouver. In Japan, Circa Travel offers a 2-day self-wedding package. And I Married Me, writes Podesta, offers, quote, sterling silver ring, ceremony instructions, vows, and 24 affirmation cards to remind you of your vows to yourself over time.
So do people have their own weddings and register and just walk themselves down the aisle and
I'm
marry
so glad you
themselves?
asked. I read Cosmo, as you know,
Yeah,
so
hey,
that you
put
don't
that
have
copy back on my desk, will you?
to. One woman profiled in a recent Cosmo piece, this was over the holidays, Erica Anderson, New Yorker who married herself this past spring. The wedding invitations said the following: it wasn't an easy decision. I had cold feet for 35 years. But then I decided it was time to settle down, to get myself a whole damn apartment, to celebrate birthday number 36 by wearing an engagement ring and saying yes to me. I even made a registry because this is America.
Oh.
There's also an author of a book, All the Single Ladies, Unmarried Women and the Rise of an Independent Nation. Oh, is that what it is?
There we go.
Rebecca Traister says traditional marriage is leftover. It's a leftover from centuries of one kind of marriage pattern and one path for women. Boring.
Oh, please.
We're set up as a culture to treat marriage as the most exciting thing you'll ever do in your life. But if you marry yourself, you can say, my life is just as meaningful as the life of the person who happens to be getting married. Of course you can say those things. It's not true, but you can say it.
Well, where do you go on the honeymoon then? And what do you do on your honeymoon? I mean, are these women, they're that self-absorbed and they're that narcissistic. They have their own weddings when they marry themselves. They've got to be going on a honeymoon. Have you chosen your honeymoon location
No, we're
yet?
not at that stage.
Oh, that's right, because you haven't fully committed. You haven't proposed to yourself yet.
Correct.
How do you think you're going to do it if you do it?
I don't know. Maybe
on a knee?
I think I'll do, you want to do it in some public way because obviously I'm in need of, desperately in need of affirmation, as are these sad
You
women.
can go to a Sox game and put up
Exactly.
on the
On the scoreboard.
Jumbotron, Dan Proft, will you marry me?
Right, and then I will get down on bended knee, and then I will get up
And then
and
the kiss
accept
cam
my
comes.
wedding invitation, and then I'll make out with myself. I'll just turn my back to the screen and, put my hands over my shoulders like I'm rubbing my, just do that, one of those things. Like Potsy and Happy Days. Exactly.
You do it right now because we have the web camera in here.
I think I'm going to live.
I love myself.
Till death do I part.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, first Democrat to throw their hat into the ring to be governor. His slogan is this: Ronner may have 50 million, I have 50,000. Amaya Pawar will be joining us.
I'm going to put a ring on it before Amaya Pawar takes my money for my ring, as well as my guns. We'll talk to him about it at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
We're following a couple of developing stories this morning. First, Coast Guard says it's responding to a major fire on an oil platform in the Gulf of Mexico, just off Louisiana. 4 have been rescued so far from that platform. President-elect Donald Trump reportedly now intends to trim the size of 2 top intelligence agencies, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, as well as the CIA. The Senate makes its first move towards repeal of the Affordable Care Act. On a narrow procedural vote, senators have decided to move ahead with debate on a budget measure that will begin the repeal process. House Speaker Paul Ryan said yesterday Congress will not leave people without coverage.
Sure that as we give relief to people through Obamacare, we do it in a transition that doesn't pull the rug out from anybody.
Meantime, after a Capitol Hill meeting with Republicans, Vice President-elect Mike Pence said he and Donald Trump plan to be in the promise-keeping business. The Senate portion of the Dylann Roof trial begins later today. Opening statements yesterday. Roof is representing himself. A jury will decide if he gets life in prison or is executed for his hate crimes in the deaths of 9 at a historically black church in Charleston, South Carolina. Here in Chicago, 4 are jailed after a Facebook Live video appeared to show a mentally disabled man being tortured in a home on Chicago's west side. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson called that video sickening.
I've been a cop for 28 years, and I've seen things that you shouldn't see in a lifetime, but it still amazes me how you still see things that you just shouldn't. So I'm not going to say it shocked me, but it was sick.
The 4 18-year-olds were taken into custody but have yet to be formally charged. 6 members of the Chicago Hobos gang facing life in prison after a jury found them guilty of racketeering and conspiracy charges. Sentencing is set for June 23rd. And Midway Airport ranks 19th among the top 20 U.S. airports with the best on-time percentage last year. But O'Hare, the big brother, wasn't even close to making the top 20. Bowlesby, Cleveland, 106.94, the news service of Farmers Insurance. When your journey takes an unexpected turn, it helps to know someone who can get you back on the road. With over 88 years of experience at Farmers, they've seen almost everything, so they know how to cover almost anything. Find an agent at farmers.com. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Everyone craves the comfort of a good night's sleep. That's why Serta Perfect Sleeper Mattress helps solve 5 common sleep problems. You'll be so comfortable, you'll never count sheep again.
This is Eric Metaxas. Over the last year, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs, and many of you have begun completing your education through Liberty. For those of you who have not taken the step, a new year always offers new opportunities, so why not make 2017 the year you finally decide to finish your degree? Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. So maybe you've procrastinated. You may have even convinced yourself that you just don't have the time. Well, the only thing standing in the way of completing your college education now is you. So whatever your excuses or reasons, 2017 can be the year you make it happen, but you need to start now. So pick up your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. That's pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University online. Dial pound 250 and say the keywords Liberty University.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
7:37. Let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Tri-State Tollway southbound. It is stop and go from 120 in Kearney down to the Lake Forest Oasis, where a crash has cleared now. Northbound delays up from the Stevenson to 47th, from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Northbound Veterans Memorial. Stop and go 75th to the Reagan Tollway. The Edens is 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy, 26 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, quicker in the local, outbound 24 minutes. The Eisenhower, 39 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 33. Stevenson, 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of LifeLock. Grabbing coffee or breakfast? You swipe your card, you leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Here of LifeLock, their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft problems. Go to lifelock.com now. Use promo code RISK to save 10%. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, breezy, cold, 15 for a high. 9 above right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Let's Talk Business Radio. Every Saturday afternoon at 1, you'll learn how to navigate your company's marketing and take advantage of some great deals for your business.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, isn't this interesting? Monique Davis, state rep from the South Side.
Yeah, she's gone, right?
She has resigned, ending a 30-year career as a state legislator. In her retirement letter, she praised House Speaker Mike Madigan for his ethical leadership. That's not a joke. She did. And you remember Monique Davis. She's one of those legislators, those Illinois politicians that have been such great stewards of our state and our resources, fought tirelessly for more funding for Chicago Public Schools, while renting a building that was owned by the Chicago Public School System, to which she was in arrears to the tune of $600,000. That's Illinois. And that's Chicago, which is interesting because we have a Chicago alderman, admittedly a recently minted Chicago alderman, but a Chicago alderman nonetheless, named Amaya Pawar, who is the 47th Ward alderman.
He's my alderman.
He is clearing the way so that you can realize your dream of being a Chicago alderman.
Right, Alderman Amy, yes.
By announcing that he is running for the Democrat nomination for governor in 2018, and Alderman Pawar joins us now. Alderman, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So the genesis of your decision to try and level up from Chicago alderman to governor of Illinois?
I mean, I think, if you've been watching what happened with the national election, where you're dividing rural areas against urban areas, one group against the other. That's sort of been playing out in Illinois over the last couple of years, and I think that has a corrosive impact on public discourse, but society at large. And so I think we have a state that's in serious crisis right now. Universities are on the verge of closing. Our social safety net, what's left of it, is on the verge of collapse. And, it's immoral to let these things happen for an agenda that's based something on gutting unions or term limits.
Well, you kept saying we need a progressive in Springfield, and how would you get us out of our colossal state budget deficit that we're in?
I mean, let's remember that, like Chicago, one of the problems in politics on both sides of the aisle is that no one has ever been willing to level with constituents and say, these are the services you were expecting, these are the services you were demanding, and this is the cost to provide those services. There's been this drumbeat over the last 30 years where you're trying to constantly do more with less, and eventually you do less with less. And that's how you end up with privatization and people being angry all the time about what they're getting in exchange for their tax dollars, rather than people just saying, you know what, we need to raise revenue incrementally, and we have to do it fairly so that we're not putting the burden on the working poor all the way up to the upper middle class. But the rich should pay their fair share as well.
So here's the data to the assertion that we're asked to do more with less. In the last 33 years, state per capita tax revenues have grown 70% faster than inflation. So in other words, Illinois has collected $265 billion more than it would have if per capita tax revenues had only grown at the rate of inflation since 93. And I'm not saying that anybody's interested in spending at just the rate of inflation, because that's clearly not the case. And also, since 2001, we haven't had a constitutionally balanced state budget. Now, so 2001 to 2016, that's 15 years, 3 of which we've had Republican governors, 15 of which we've had House Speaker Mike Madigan, the majority of which we've had Senate President John Cullerton. So the problem in Illinois is trying to do more with less, or is it just rapacious spending to prop up systems that are structurally unfinanceable in their current form and use social welfare programs as patronage funds rather than for what they were intended to do, which is to provide assistance to those who through no fault of their own need it on a permanent basis, or temporary assistance to those that have had a soft patch on their road of life, as it were.
I mean, I think your argument would make sense if you hadn't seen a 30, 40-year decline in manufacturing as a result of globalization. So this isn't just an urban problem, because I think that's usually the argument that one would make from a conservative perspective if we're talking about urban areas. I mean, this is an urban and rural area issue. So we've seen poverty increase not just in urban America, but in rural America and all over the state, and this is a national issue.
Well, but there's something going on in Illinois that's not going on in our Midwest neighbors. So, for
but if you took,
let's talk about manufacturing. Let's talk about manufacturing. Since the depth of the Great Recession, Illinois has created 20,000 manufacturing jobs. Michigan, 170,000. We've created a fraction of the manufacturing jobs since the depth of the Great Recession that all of our Midwestern Great Lakes neighbors have. Why?
I think there's a number of reasons why, but I think the idea that somehow we pay people too much, therefore we don't create enough jobs, to me, is an odd argument. Given
then tell me why it is. Don't tell me why it's not. Tell me why it is.
I think that I can't tell you exactly why some places go, why manufacturing goes to other places. I can tell you that if you look at Chicago and you look at Illinois over the long term, we've got the right R&D, meaning we've got great universities, we've got the best transportation and infrastructure, and jobs will come back here. They will. And the other thing you have to remember is we have water, fresh water in Chicago with the Great Lakes. And
so we have
things are good.
Right, we have all we have all of this infrastructure. We have all these transportation ways. We're the transportation hub of the Midwest. And despite all of those intrinsic advantages, we find ourselves with an unemployment rate 20% higher than the national average and the redheaded stepkid in the Great Lakes region.
Yeah, but you know what you're missing, though? What? Is of all the states in the Union, we are the fourth largest economy, and we spend dead last on public education.
Yeah,
the basic building block of every community is a public school. And so when you have a situation where Winnetka and Wilmette can spend way more in places in every other part of the state because the state won't do their part in funding public education, that's how you get with massive inequity. So if you're talking about lifting all boats, whether it's in Rockford or Cairo or in Chicago, public education is a way to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that principally. But your statement is disingenuous because you're talking just about the state support for K through 12 education. When you include all revenue streams for K through 12 education in Illinois, we're nowhere near the bottom. We're right in, frankly, the upper quintile. That's not. But
that's in the aggregate. That doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking about? Resources are resources. Money's fungible. I'm not suggesting the way we fund K through 12 education is the best way to do it, because I don't think it is. But the idea that $1 from my property taxes versus $1 from the state via income taxes or some other revenue stream, or $1 from the federal government in grants, it's still $1, and it still adds up to, for example, Chicago, since you're a Chicago alderman, spending $15.5 per kid, which is 40% more than the high school district in Wheaton, where I grew up, spends per pupil to get far inferior results. So there's something going on that is deeper than money, because we have increased spending in real terms on K through 12 education for the past 20 years, substantially, by a factor of 3. And what do we have in terms of results?
Well, you're going back to the same old tired argument, which is, let's blame teachers or let's blame the unions.
What did I say? I didn't mention teachers. I didn't mention teachers. I didn't mention unions. I said, here are the inputs into the system. They have been increasing. The inputs into the worst systems have been increasing compared to better school systems, and they're not moving the needle whatsoever. And you're suggesting that more money is the... So what is the money? Give me the threshold and give me how K through 12 education should look. Because right now from the state, Chicago CPS represents 19% of the kids total in K through 12 education in Illinois. 19%. They get 25% of the state aid. So it's not even a proportional thing. So Chicago, $5,100 per kid from the state. Every other district, $3,400 per state.
You're pitting Chicago against the rest of the state. Chicago is also a donor. If you're talking about in terms of where dollars come from, it's also a donor in terms of the state, in terms of how much it gets back in the aggregate.
So how should schools be funded, and at what funding level? What's the magic number that's going to make all of these inequities that you suggest disappear?
If you're talking about true equity, then you're also spending more in areas where there are larger socioeconomic issues like poverty. So when you have school districts that have 80-90% poverty rates, you have to spend more in those communities. And that's not just Chicago. That's most communities outside of the city of Chicago. You know, if you go to the suburban rings outside of Chicago, yeah, you're going to see great results. But the socioeconomics of those communities are different in most of the state. So I think what we're missing here is, yes, if you add up how much money spent in the aggregate, federal sources, yes, you can say you're in the middle. But how we spend individually in districts, whether they are in small communities or in large cities like Chicago, there is a definite mismatch. And that's how you end up in a place where you have structural unemployment, that as the economy changes, you have people that are left behind. And so that needs to be addressed. And so if we're not investing in communities, and I'm not just talking about Chicago, if we're not investing in small towns, in communities around the state where manufacturing has left, and we haven't then propped up communities with investment in public education so that there is a ladder out or a ladder to another job.
What does that look like?
In the new economy.
Investment in public education. Be specific. It's a bromide. How much? What form?
With what? We're broke. I mean,
how much and what form?
But in my report, one of your top platforms was a millionaire's tax. Do you still believe in that, and would that help fund education?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you actually want to use the money for. So there's a few things. If you're talking about valuing families, then we actually have to look at from birth all the way through high school and beyond. And so part of that means things like universal daycare. We had a daycare subsidy program for folks making $30,000 and under, right? Because the logic is you want to send people back to work and you want to make sure that they have an opportunity to work, and we're supporting them in that. The governor cut those subsidies by 90%. So now if you make more than $10,000 a year on these a year, which is $5 an hour, you don't qualify for subsidies. So people who are now originally able to go to work and send their child to child care now cannot, now are somehow off the system, or either not working and not in the economy, or relying on some informal way of child care. So you have to look at this from the whole spectrum, which is if you want to help families, you have to help families in a way so that you're helping them in public schools, but also thinking about child care as a whole. And all we do over and over again when these issues come up is look to say, well, these people don't deserve anything, or these people aren't working hard enough, or these people somehow have failed. And
make the math work for me then. $11 billion in unpaid bills, $250 billion in total debt. We now pay $1 of every $4 that is taken out in public sector pension benefits. So make the math work for me. How do you make those systems financeable in their current form, and then on top of it, layer in the investments, quote unquote, that you want to make in communities and schools and so forth?
I think you start with, there are places where you can save money. Like, for example, with criminal justice reform. We send poor people to jail, again, in big towns, big cities, and in small towns for low-level drug offenses without providing them the accurate, proper services like diversion programs or substance abuse or mental health treatment. So we have our jails that are piled up with people who are simply poor for having a substance abuse issue or selling narcotics.
Alderman, 90% of state funding is in 3 areas: K through 12 education, Medicaid, pensions, and a 4th area would be transportation infrastructure. You are not going to dig yourself out of the hole that I just described with criminal justice reform. So let's get real.
That's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is you have to look at the whole picture. You're looking at it simply from a balance sheet perspective. I'm looking at it from a human perspective.
Oh, gosh.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to hear it, then I mean.
No. I mean, you're interested in human beings, and I'm interested in numbers, right? That's a straw dog argument. You have got to make the math work. So explain to me how you make the math work.
So if you had if you had the same tax code that Wisconsin has, which is Scott Walker country, you'd have $7 billion more in revenue annually. So there's the math. So if we love Scott Walker, why don't we adopt his tax code?
Yes. Yes. Well, we did that briefly in the last term of Pat Quinn.
No.
Didn't we?
That was not the same thing. They have a progressive tax code where if you make more, and I'm not talking about the upper middle class. See, that's the thing that people forget. The upper middle class, all the way down to the working poor, are the exact same bill. And the thing that I always find frustrating is that people in the upper middle class and the middle class somehow identify more with people like Bruce Rauner, who don't make most of their money from going to work. If you go to work every day, you're a working person, whether you're a doctor or you work in a fast food restaurant. Now, your life is different by orders of magnitude. But if most of your money comes from investment income, like Bruce Rauner's, and a lot of his friends who are funding his campaigns, that's not a working person. And
Bruce Rauner's not a working person. Okay. Well, here's the thing about Wisconsin, since I know the left loves to use this example, so I want to break it down. The total tax burden, Wisconsin, Illinois, and you can go to Forbes and their analysis state by state on this, is about the same. It's about 12% of your income. It's about the same right now. So how they do it, the distribution, you can argue about graduated state income tax and so forth. Fine. But the total tax burden right now is about the same. So essentially the per capita revenue. And yet in Wisconsin, they have a budget surplus. And in Wisconsin, they have nearly fully funded pensions. In Illinois, we haven't had a balanced budget in 15 years, as I said. We've got $11 billion in unpaid bills now, and we have the worst unfunded pension liability in the country. So there's something going on the spend side, which is where you don't want to talk.
So you want to address pensions. The courts have ruled you have to pay. So finding a constitutional result or finding a constitutional solution is what we should be looking for. We got here in a bipartisan fashion. There's plenty of blame to go around.
Oh, I know.
Right? So that much we all can agree on. So the question becomes is what do we actually do that's constitutional? Because we can keep passing bills, but if they don't hold up in court, then all we're doing it's an exercise in futility.
We got here because of Mike Madigan.
Well, and by the way, what about the Chicago model of which you're a member? I mean, so you have one party that controls everything and has for 100 years. Chicago is a microcosm of Illinois in that it's the worst governed city.
And I've been on the record many times leading up to all these tax increases when I said if we had just done this incrementally over the last 30 years, you wouldn't have to sock it to people all at once. But but ignoring that and thinking about your next election rather than making the right decision, to me, is just as irresponsible as kicking the can for 30 years. I've always owned my votes, and I'll continue to own them. People can say that, I voted to raise property taxes. I stand by my decision. It was the right thing to do. It was either that or bankruptcy in the next few years, which, by the way, would have a catastrophic impact on the Illinois economy. I'll never run for my votes, and I've always justified them.
Yes.
By the way, I won in my ward with the largest margin in Chicago by telling people that.
Well, I understand. I mean, the courage to tax, it's the Stockholm Syndrome that afflicts this city and this state. I don't really understand it, especially when there's so little residual value that it ultimately generates, as we're describing with the math. I know to some math is an opinion, just going through the numbers. And it's not because I discount the impact of human beings. It's because I'm impassioned by the impact on human beings, some of whom are not residents of this state anymore because of what Chicago and Illinois have become under the management, the blue model management of Tiny Dancer and Mike Madigan and John Cullerton and, the compliant Chicago City Council, whether you've disagreed with the mayor from time to time or not. It hasn't been particularly pronounced as far as I've seen. But, okay, good luck with the run and good luck taking on the Pritzkers and the Kennedys and all of the men of always in the Democrat primary. Maybe that will be a clarifying moment for you and just in terms of what the Democrat model in Chicago really is. Alderman Amaya Pawar, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help. to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
It's that wonderful time of the year when you get to reconnect with family and friends, to celebrate, catch up, and have fun. At Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, they call that FaceTime. And whether it's around your table or theirs, Augie's has been helping families and friends celebrate this busy and exciting season with great food at a great price for almost 40 years. Dine on fresh-made signature subs, hefty and fully loaded with the highest quality meats and cheeses. Or try the homemade Italian beef sandwiches, hand-rolled meatballs, burgers, pizza, and fresh salads. Eat in surrounded by authentic rock and roll memorabilia and enjoy the soundtrack of your glory days. Or pick up and go. Augie's offers fast, fresh, affordable food designed to make your special time with family and friends simple and easy. Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli in Carroll Stream or West Chicago. Get your party started now. Check out the extensive holiday catering menu at Augie's at augustinos.com and make FaceTime happen with Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank? 14 years. That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, it's being seen around the world. A Chicago disabled man tied up, tortured. We'll have the latest.
And I'm bankrolling Amy's campaign for alderman against Amaya Pawar.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
4 in custody over that apparent Chicago torture video. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The Director of National Intelligence will be on Capitol Hill this hour, along with other intel officials, to testify at a Senate hearing on Russian election interference. And President Obama will today get a briefing. President-elect Trump will get one tomorrow. He's been skeptical.
Sources close to the transition tell us there are ongoing detailed discussions on how to restructure and depoliticize the intelligence community, particularly at the senior levels. A Trump insider told the Wall Street Journal, the view from the Trump team is the intelligence world is becoming completely politicized.
Fox's Garrett Tenney, the president-elect, has just tweeted the media lies to make it look like he's against intelligence, when in fact he's a big fan of it. He's also tweeted about Obamacare. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Mr. Trump calls Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer the head clown of all Democrats and claims they're not working to fix health care, but instead casting blame. Schumer has said Democrats will consider an Obamacare replacement plan proposed by Republicans.
They are voting for repeal. It is their obligation to come up with replace.
The president-elect also called on Republicans and Democrats to get together and come up with a health care plan that works, something he describes as much less expensive and far better. Dave.
Rachel, 4 black suspects could be charged today in the beating of a white man that went viral online. Fox's Jeff Manasso live in Chicago.
Dave, Chicago police have 4 African Americans in custody after a shocking Facebook video surfaced allegedly showing them torturing a white mentally disabled man being held hostage at knife point, forced to drink from a toilet. The top of his head scalped as the suspects shouted,
Donald Trump, white people, boy.
Police found the victim disoriented Tuesday, and the big question that people are asking surrounds hate crimes charges.
If the facts guide us to that in that direction, then we'll certainly charge them appropriately.
Charges are expected today, Dave.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
9 degrees above zero, cloudy skies, a wind chill of 7 below, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott, and we have an update and new developments on that story we've been talking about all morning long. Chicago police say they do not believe a man beaten in an assault broadcast live on Facebook was targeted because he was white. Police spokesman Anthony Guglielmi saying this morning charges are expected soon against the 4 black suspects. Guglielmi saying, quote, the suspects made terrible racist statements during the attack, but investigators now believe the victim was targeted only because he has special needs, not because of his race. Guglielmi says it's possible the suspects were trying to extort something from the victim's family. Now, video from the several Chicago media outlets appear to show someone off camera using profanities about white people and President-elect Donald Trump. Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson weighed in yesterday saying the victim did have mental challenges, called the video sickening.
I've been a cop for 28 years, and I've seen things that you shouldn't see in a lifetime, but it still amazes me how you still see things that you just shouldn't. So I'm not going to say it shocked me, but it was sick.
Guglielmi saying this morning police are working with prosecutors right now to build the strongest case. Attorneys for Jesse Jackson Jr. are fighting to keep his divorce case in the state of Illinois. During a status hearing yesterday at the Daly Center, the former Illinois congressman's lawyers argued that his wife, Sandy Jackson, committed acts in the state that led to the divorce filing last month. An autopsy is scheduled later today for the person struck and killed by a Metro train in south suburban Midlothian. It happened yesterday just northeast of the Midlothian station. And after a huge brawl last week, the Fox Valley Mall implements a new policy banning unescorted teenagers on designated high-traffic days. Bulls over Cleveland 106-104. The news service of Lead Safe America. Does your child struggle to concentrate and pay attention? What looks like ADD or autism may actually be caused by lead poisoning. It can cause permanent brain damage. Find out more at leadsafeamerica.org. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Amazon.com is in talks to buy American Apparel. Forever 21 is also said to be interested in buying the bankrupt chain. American Apparel's slogan is Made in the USA, and it manufactured clothing in California. But that is one of the most expensive states for production. The company has a Friday deadline for bids. Drugstore chain Walgreens Boots Alliance reported lower sales and earnings in its recent quarter, though Walgreens says that was not a surprise and it expects business to improve this year. Audi is working on a driverless car. The Wall Street Journal says the Volkswagen unit is teaming up with tech company NVIDIA to create an autonomous car by the year 2020. NVIDIA has been working on artificial intelligence for cars. The Dow closed up 60 yesterday. The Nasdaq added 47 and the S&P gained 12. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape, that's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. It reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your money in the Wall Street casino. To get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com.
A new year means a new Glock at the absolute lowest dealer prices. In January, Shrink Smoke & Gun is offering dozens of Glock models at great savings, like the Glock 43 9mm single stack pistol for only $449, and the Glock 26 Generation 4 9mm double stack for only $539. And Schranks is proud to announce there is now a Glock Blue Label dealer offering reduced Glock prices to law enforcement, military, EMTs, and firefighters. Remember, with the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax. For gunsmithing, you can count on family-owned Schranks. Cigar lovers, be sure to check out Schrank's extensive cigar selection. So visit smoketheletterNgun.org or call 847-662-4034. Schrank's Smoking Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964.
Have you racked up more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by, making minimum payments? You should know the credit card companies are tricking you into thinking there's no way out. Credit card companies would rather you didn't know that there are ways you can become debt-free and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. There are debt relief programs that help people like you escape overwhelming credit card debt. National Debt Relief has helped tens of thousands of people just like you reduce more than $500 million of debt. National Debt Relief has helped so many people they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Reduce a large portion of your debt now. Call National Debt Relief at 800-694-7394. 800-694-7394. That's 800-694-7394.
It's 8:09. Let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Irving Park, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 18 from Montrose, 26 in the Express. Take the local. Southbound, a 7-minute delay, Montrose to Harlem. Edens, 19 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Eisenhower's getting heavier, 49 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 34. Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound heavy approaching 120. Northbound slow, the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. Veterans Memorial bottled up, 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, the latest on the forecast with Holly Holdren.
We'll have cloudy, bitterly cold weather today, high 15. Frigid tonight, patchy clouds, low 3. Cold Friday with clouds, sunshine, and a high of 13. Sunny to partly cloudy Saturday, high 19. I'm Holly Holdren on AM 560, The Answer.
We are stuck on 9 this morning with the temperature, with the wind factored in, the wind chill -7. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff, Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Vice President-elect Mike Pence weighing in on what seems to be growing distrust between Donald Trump and the intelligence community he will soon lead.
He's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Apparently there's yet a new standard now, which is to not confirm a Supreme Court nominee at all. I think that's something the American people simply will not tolerate.
But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So another act of of barbarism in Chicago is making national news. That of an 18-year-old boy who has special needs, who apparently meets a classmate of his and then is abducted by 4 individuals, including his classmate, 2, and we have to get into the race, and you'll know why just momentarily. But 2 black men, 2 black women, the special needs young man is white. He's abducted. He is bound. He is taped. His mouth is taped shut. And he is beaten and tortured over the course of 24 to 48 hours. This is all captured on Facebook Live because the assailants live streamed what they were doing to this individual. Those 4 alleged assailants now in police custody
And they're
have
all-
not been charged yet.
Yeah, they haven't been charged yet. They're all 18 years old. And it's sick what they did to him. I watched the video, and those who watched it last night probably couldn't sleep well. But they said things to him. They called him a white N-word. They said, you tied us up. Now let's do it to you. They said things, if you sat in the sun all day, you'd be dead because you're so white. And
F Trump,
Yeah.
F white people.
Donald Trump, white people, boy.
They made him say that over and over again repeatedly. And they called him a rodent, a bug.
Parasite, he a bug. Literally.
That's him moaning.
Hey, Glizzy. What's Glizzy doing, man? Glizzy, where you at, man? Never let them put what you man? He said blood watching. All right, what he on?
And they cut his hair and made his scalp bleed. I mean, they tortured him.
One of the videos shows him being forced to drink toilet water, just in terms of the torture. Again, F Trump, F white people, and as you said, other racial references. So the question was put to Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson, does this rise to the level of a hate crime? Is there any reason to believe this was politically or racially motivated? And here's what Superintendent Johnson said.
But I think some of it is just stupidity. People just ranting about something that they think might make a headline. I don't think that at this point we don't have anything concrete to really point us in that direction, but we'll keep investigating and we'll let the facts guide us on how this concludes.
And this morning, they're taking it one step further, Dan. They're saying that he wasn't targeted because he's white. He was targeted because he's mentally disabled. The color of his skin had nothing to do with it. If you listen to that tape, they say he's so white, if he sat in the sun all day, he'd be dead, and they're laughing about it. And, oh, by the way, they dumped cigar ashes on him. They're eating during this. They're laughing during the whole torture process. I mean, these people are monsters. And, again, there is a special place in hell for these 4 18-year-olds.
The issue of hate crime, I mean...
You think this is hate crime?
F Trump, F white people, and other references to race. I mean, if the racial composition of the assailants and the victim were different, would the conclusion be different? Boy.
312-642-5600 is our
I don't know.
Pro answer line.
I think I get where Eddie Johnson is going, and maybe there's evidence to support this. We don't know everything police knows the police know in terms of this is some kind of depraved stunt they were doing, and they're targeting somebody who's easy to target because of his needs. And so this is a way to maybe safely, commit this barbaric act against this kid because he's an easy person to victimize. Yeah. And so that was the driving motive more so than race. I don't know, maybe.
But it's so weird. His parents dropped him off at a McDonald's on Schaumburg and Barrington Road on December 31st. They hadn't heard from him. They were worried. They contacted police. He ended up in a stolen van and taken to this apartment in Holman Square. But during this torture, the assailants were in contact with his parents. They were texting back and forth.
So there's a question about whether they were demanding some kind of ransom or something, right? Let's go to Joe in Oak Forest.
Yeah, everybody's debating if it's racial, but what about the word kidnapping?
Well, I know it's a good question. I mean, he has not been charged yet.
They're going to charge him today.
So we don't know. But
they better throw the book at him.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
And I want to know their history and if they've been arrested before.
Tom in Deer Park.
I think, Dan, the notion of a hate crime has caused more hate than the laws that was created to remedy. Every time there's something insanely and ungodly heinous, whether it's the white guy shooting the black church or dragging the homosexual with his car, and now our narrative goes to looking to Loretta Lynch or President Barack Obama on what they're going to charge him with or what his statement's going to be. I just wish we'd get rid of the notion of hate crimes.
Yeah, I agree.
And just charge people for what they do.
I agree. Totally agree. Thanks for the call, Tom. But, I mean, if we're going to have this standard, and I know it becomes self-perpetuating, if we're going to have the standard, then, you at least have to have the conversation about what should be applied under the law as it exists. But in terms of, every crime being a hate crime, this being redundant, the whole hate crime discussion, federalizing everything, I'm in agreement with your view. Verlin on the South Side.
I'm almost at a loss for words, but I'm going to put something together for this. Now, Dan, I'm a healthcare worker. I take care of special needs people and the elderly, and this is one of the worst things that you can do in my book. This tugs at my heartstrings. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know where this animalistic behavior comes from, and that's a bad name being put on animals, but you cannot be human, or you cannot have a soul to do this to a person. Mm-hmm. Man, let me tell you, for you to do this to a disabled person, you're the lowest form of species on this earth. I think that they should hit them with the top assault charge, which is aggravated battery, which carries 6 to 30. Give them the 30. Put a hate charge on them, which is 5 to 10, the whole 10, and then put an enhancement on it, which I don't even know what that carry. But guess what? That's only in a perfect world, Dan. And I got a question for you too. What the hell does Donald Trump and other white people got to do with you committing this type of act on a disabled person?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're
Thanks
losers.
For the call, Verlin.
They're losers who wanted to become viral sensations.
Yeah. The question, I mean, look, this isn't a competition to see who can heap the most moral scorn on these 4 Philistines. That's past post. The question is, what kind of society begets people like this? That's the question I think we should be thinking about and exploring. Christine and Streeter.
Hi. This really hits me hard because my son is the same age as this boy. He was a big Trump supporter, and he's developmentally disabled, and he's also very, very much where he likes to have friends and will do anything to have friends. And this is completely a hate crime. And here's why it's a hate crime. We're forgetting the fact that this boy, whether he's black, white, purple, green, or whatever, was targeted because he was developmentally disabled. Developmentally disabled here in Illinois and across our country are being targeted and being hated and being hurt. And look, no charges, like Verlin said. What the heck's going on here? No charges for these teens kidnapping him. How about all the crimes that have happened in Chicago for the developmentally disabled that are being taken care of in homes across Illinois that the Chicago Tribune found out that they have beaten, neglected, killed 41 people in these homes and over 1,300 that they actually tortured and abused. And they got away with nothing. No charges filed on the state, DHS, no charges on the home. What's going on?
Well,
Thanks for the call, Christine.
Yeah, and the 4 18-year-olds are going to be charged later today.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been charged yet, but they're going to be charged in this specific case. And she points up the larger issue of how people with developmental disabilities are served, or more to the point, not served in Illinois. These are the uncomfortable conversations. It's easy to be morally indignant about this case, and it's appropriate. What about the larger conversation that we don't want to have? What about that? What about what's happening in the state in which we all live? And what are we doing about it? What about the culture that we're all a part of and what it's begetting? What about that conversation? That's more difficult. That requires a little bit of thinking and a lot more doing.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If Mayor Emanuel doesn't come forward and condone this and say something today, I think he's in big trouble. Condemn it, excuse me. Then I think he's in big, big trouble.
That's the moral authority of Tiny Dancer.
Yeah, he's going to make it all better, right? Today, cloudy, breezy, still cold, a high of 15 degrees, and then tonight a low of 3, and tomorrow partly sunny, very cold again, a high of 14, but we're looking at the 20s during this coming weekend. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. There's some nasty weather across parts of the country, especially to the west. That's causing some flight delays this morning, especially at O'Hare. More than 100 delays and about 15 cancellations. There are some delays at Midway, too. The roads aren't too bad. On the inbound Kennedy, though, at Division, you got a crash blocking 2 left lanes, so it's getting bottled up. The delays start around Addison. 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. Edens, 19 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Eisenhower, 49 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 31. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound fine of 34. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State stop and go, Plainfield Road to Ogden, where there's a crash on the left shoulder. Northbound Veterans Memorial, traffic is slow from 63rd to the Reagan Tollway. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Text from 708, please don't blame society and let these savages off the hook. Blame them, blame their parents, and hold them accountable. Right. Nobody is blaming society. It's all of our fault. But implicit in the text is a look at root causes. You talk about blame the parents. We'll see. Maybe there's accountability there.
Maybe they don't have parents.
But it's worth exploration. That's the point.
Right.
What kind of culture that we're all a part of, the tapestry we're a part of, begets people like this, begets the barbarism that we see and hear about every day in Chicago. That requires some contemplation too, I think. No more excuses, gentlemen. It's a new year, and you need to stop putting things off, especially when it comes to taking care of your health. Dan Proft here. I know we all hate to go to the doctor. That's why Low T Center makes it quick and easy to get your testosterone levels checked. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with the convenience of their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 20 minutes. So if you're drinking coffee or energy drinks just to get through the day, or if you always feel like you need a nap, you may have low T. Low T levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol, and even cause weight gain. I personally recommend going to my friends at Low T Center. They accept most health insurance and are in-network for most providers, and have flexible hours, including on Saturdays. So don't hesitate to find out what your number is this new year. I'm glad I did. Call my friends at Low T Center and tell them I sent you. 630-409-4305. Again, 630-409-4305. That number, 630-409-4305, or go to lowtcenter.com.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. Tony wanted to contact a realtor before purchasing a home in Naperville. Bad move. Not getting pre-qualified by me before talking with the realtor is like trying to get into a sold-out concert without a ticket. I pre-qualified Tony to purchase a home and introduced him to Kate Waddell, my preferred Naperville realtor. If you're purchasing a home, call me first. I'll pre-qualify you for free and introduce you to my experienced team of preferred realtors who will help you locate the perfect home. My team of real estate experts will always look out for your financial best interest. If you're buying a home, give me a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, switching gears. Mike Pence was on the Hill yesterday meeting with congressional leaders in both chambers, and he came out of his meeting with House Republican leaders and Speaker Ryan and said this.
Today, our message is very simple. Working with the leadership here in the House and in the Senate, we're going to be in the promise-keeping business.
And the first promise that's going to be keeping?
But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done.
For more on that, we're pleased to be joined by our friend Steve Cortez, Trump surrogate, member of Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
You bet. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. So, Obamacare repeal, and the question is the timing of the replace, how quickly the replace happens. What's your view, and what do you think the Trump administration's perspective is on the speed of the replace piece of recasting Obamacare?
Right. Well, I think this is priority number one, and I'm so glad that, the Congress, the Republican caucus, thought priority number one was trying to strip power from the independent ethics office. And even if that's a good idea, that certainly isn't the first idea. So I'm so glad that the president-elect set them straight. Mike Pence, very valuable with his ties on Capitol Hill. And, I think we were elected largely because of this very issue. As a guy who worked every day in the trenches of this campaign, the fact that those Obamacare premium hikes, massive hikes, were literally being mailed out in October leading up to the election, for me, was just political, sort of manna from heaven. So we were elected to do this. We have to do it. And to answer your question, I think that the replacement does need to be put in with great speed. We have to get it right, of course, but I think it's got to be within weeks, not months, that we have the replacement. Now, that doesn't mean that we immediately that it becomes effective immediately. I think there needs to be a phase in, and I think that's going to be important. When you're talking about people's health, they properly get nervous about that, and so it's understandable that Obamacare. We created this monster. We're going to slay it, but it's going to die a slow death. So over the course of this year, I believe, is when it will phase out and the replacement will come in. And those details, though, are being worked on right now between principally Vice President-elect Pence and Speaker Ryan. And I think the public will know a lot more about that in just days and weeks.
Hey, Steve Cortez, do you know anybody who's benefited from Obamacare? Because I spoke with a woman yesterday, a liberal lady, who her premium went up from $400 to $500. Her deductible is now $6,000. And I said, well, do you like this? And she said, well, yeah, it's because she's just so aloof. She's just so brainwashed. And she can't even use or visit her doctors that she's normally been seeing.
Right. Well, and Amy, that's the crazy part, is that our quality of care hasn't shot up. Now, thank goodness we do have the best medical care in the world because of American innovation, in spite of the obstacles our government continually puts in front of that innovation. But I think that our quality of care hasn't gone up, but you're exactly right. Both the premiums and the deductibles have absolutely skyrocketed for a lot of folks. On top of that, I think it's a job killer. I think it's one of the reasons, for the first time in American history, we reached a really sad milestone. More businesses are closing than opening. First time that we've kept records of that sort. Part of that, I believe, is Obamacare. It's regulation in general, but I think perhaps the most stinging of those regulations is Obamacare and what it's doing to health care in general. So fixing this not only means that it fixes those awful monthly bills, those sticker shock kind of bills that people are going to see, but it also means that we can fix a lot of other problems, particularly reinvigorating the entrepreneurial dynamism of America, which can solve so many problems out there in our society. So this is just critical. It's job one. I'm very glad that both Pence and Trump seem to know that and are going to be aggressive about it. And, I think that if we do a few things, allow for cross-state competition in terms of insurance policies, if we can get some serious tort reform enacted both in the states and at the federal level so that doctors and nurses and staffs don't have to spend so much time worrying about lawsuits and needless care or needless effort that isn't real care for patients. If we do just those two things, I think that alone will lead to a real renaissance of truly affordable care, not so-called affordable care.
Now, Steve, I'm going to do some quick cable news prep for you for later on. How gender and race obsessed that they are. So they're inevitably they're going to ask you, Steve Cortez, member of Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council, how concerned are you that none of Trump's cabinet selections are Hispanic?
Right. No, listen, Dan, it's a fair question. And I'm incredibly proud that we massively outperformed expectations among Latinos in this election. It was, constantly we were polling beforehand, according to most mainstream media polls, in the teens. In fact, we outperformed Mitt Romney, and we ended up getting 29% of the vote. Now, I'm not happy with that number. I don't want to hold a parade for getting less than a third, but it is important that relative to expectations, we did great among Latinos. And I think it's because they put aside the notion that Trump is racist or that he hates Mexicans somehow. And I think what they voted on primarily is economic growth, because this slow growth that we've been enduring is worst of all for those at the middle and lower ends of the economic ladder, and that just by definition is a lot of people of color. But to get to your question, I'm very confident that there will be senior people of Latin background, because it is important, while I don't believe in quotas, I don't like identity politics, it is important that our government look like America. And I'm very glad that so far there have been some very significant African-American, significant women appointees. We haven't had an Hispanic yet. I would say part of that, though, just to be very plain about it, is there weren't a lot of really high-level Hispanic politicians who backed Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So there's not a deep bench, to take a look there. Now, I'm confident over time there will be. I hope that I might be part of that, in fact.
There you go.
But we need to build that bench, and so it wasn't there. And I do think it's important. Trump look, talent is clearly the first prerequisite that he's looking for. We have to get growth and security back for America. The way to do that is to get talented people in these positions, regardless of their skin color, regardless of their gender. I'm confident that some Hispanics do have the talent to take on serious roles, but we haven't seen one yet. You're right, and it's clearly something that the mainstream media is going to try to beat us up about, but I don't think it's going to work.
He is the talented Steve Cortes, Trump Hispanic Advisory Council member, and you can catch Steve Cortes' long-form interview we did this week. It'll be posted at upstream-ideas.com against the current with Steve Cortes. Steve, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies has thousands of success stories from people just like you. There is only one way you can find out for yourself what Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies will do for you, and that is try it. Yes, try it and receive your own success story. To help make this happen, Dr. Howard has put together an all-new health challenge that will absolutely allow you to find out for yourself what Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies will do for you. The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of free product. Yes, 2 months of free Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call now for details, and who knows, you may be hearing your own success story on the radio. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life. I should have ordered it 15 years ago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We've got a very special guest. He is Israeli Deputy Prime Minister, former Israeli Ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren. He joins us at 8:45 to talk about the outgoing regime, the incoming administration, and John Kerry's speech about the prospects for a two-state solution in the Middle East. That's all at 8:45.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Chicago police say they do not believe a man beaten in an assault broadcast live on Facebook was targeted because he was white. Police spokesman Anthony Guglielmi saying this morning charges are expected soon against 4 black suspects. Crews are battling an oil rig fire along Louisiana's Gulf Coast this morning, about 80 miles south of Grand Isle. Powerful storms bringing heavy rain and dumping feet of snow across California. It's headed for parts of the southern U.S. over the next couple of days. Police official in Germany says moments ago authorities know of now 14 different identities used by the man who drove into a Christmas market near Berlin last month, killing 12. More than 10,000 jobs are being cut as Macy's tries to streamline operations and turn around its financial struggles. The Senate has made its first moves toward repeal of the Affordable Care Act. On a narrow procedural vote, senators are deciding to move forward with debate on a budget measure that will begin the repeal process. Governor Rauner will not be attending the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump in Washington. Trump takes that oath January 20th. Rauner says he's focused on passing a balanced budget. Shoppers in 3 Illinois communities are about to have one less choice. As part of the Macy's announcement, stores in Alton, Bloomingdale, and Bloomington will be closed. Sears is selling its well-known Craftsman brand to Stanley Black & Decker this morning. Plans to grow that tool brand by selling products at stores outside of the Sears chain. NBA, the Bulls over Cleveland 106-94. The news service of Al Piemonte Ford in Melrose Park. Stop. Before you buy a new car, you must visit Al Piemonte Ford now. Truckloads of new cars and trucks have just arrived. Everything is priced to sell quickly. Al Piemonte Ford is at 25th and North Avenue in Melrose Park. 8:36, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Beautyrest Black is more than a mattress. It's a haven for deep, restorative sleep. With Beautyrest Black, sleep truly is the ultimate luxury. Tonight, dream in black.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
Oh, my goodness. I am so grateful for it. And my 85-year-old mother, even more so.
I love the product so far. It's been a little over a month now. And I feel great. It's incredible.
It's working good. It's amazing, Glue. I'm able to do more and I feel better. I like it.
Dr. Howard has put together an all-new health challenge that will absolutely allow you to find out for yourself what Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies will do for you. The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of free product. Yes, 2 months of free Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call now for details. And who knows, you may be hearing your own success story on the radio. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's definitely a good product, no question about it.
I love it.
It is 8:38. Let's get a quick check of the roads in our AM 560 Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens is fine. 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The inbound Kennedy has gotten heavier, though. There was an earlier crash at Division. We're now looking at 54 minutes to get from O'Hare to downtown Chicago. 44 from Montrose, 23 in the Express. Outbound 23 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, 57 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 44 from Manheim. Outbound 46 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 44 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow. The Hinsdale from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and approaching 290. The other tollies are good. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, breezy, cold. High near 15. Patchy clouds overnight, low 3 above. Currently partly sunny and 10. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity this afternoon at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're going to be joined by Israeli Deputy Prime Minister Michael Oren in just a couple of minutes. But setting up that discussion, which promises to be an illuminating one, Oren also a former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. And is a historian by training, a brilliant guy. But setting that up, we had the contretemps between the United States and Israel over the holidays with respect to this UN resolution. That on settlements that Obama decided to take a pass on, allowing Israel to be condemned again by the United Nations, which is nothing new.
Yeah, how many times have they been condemned by the UN?
In the past decade, this from Jonah Goldberg. In the past decade alone, the UN has condemned Israel 62 times.
And how many times have they condemned China or Russia or North Korea?
China, 0. Russia, 0. Pakistan, 0. Saudi Arabia, 0. Somalia, 0. The genocidal Sudanese, 0. Iran, 5. In fact, all other nations combined have received 55 condemnations from the UN between the same period that Israel has received 62, because what's the play at the UN? This is why it's this morally bankrupt, wretched organization, as Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters described to us the other day. A wretched organization, but he believes it has some utility. I'm not so convinced of that anymore. But the idea,
Arab countries.
Well, it's the Arab states who use the Palestinians as a distraction from their own bad acts. That's the play, and that was. This just played out all over again, as it's played out so many times over so many years, and I mean, this is, goes back to 1967, where Israel, as David French writes in National Review Online, Israel's done a very good job of sustaining its national vitality in the face of unrelenting hate for the past 40 years, and now, unfortunately, for the last 8 years, you've had a president of the United States who's essentially an appeaser of that unrelenting hate.
Mm-hmm. It just surprises me that more Jewish Americans are not Republicans. Knowing what they know, knowing what they've watched the last 8 years with a Democrat in office, that they didn't switch over to our team.
Well, it baffles me. I mean, it baffled Milton Friedman. He's a lot smarter than I am. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
I have a few friends that converted, but just a few.
I mean, it's I guess it's born out of being socially liberal. It's born out of like the idea that government is this means to good for the downtrodden. I don't know, but I mean, part of it is, of course, that very few Jewish Americans their votes are animated by Israeli policy. I mean, that's just clear from survey data.
Yeah.
But John Kerry gave a speech on December 28th after the resolution, and I mean, trying to resuscitate the talks for a two-state solution where they're weeks away from being, in the Mayflower van on their way back to their sailboats on the East Coast, or their I don't know where the Obamas going. Are they coming back to Kenwood, or
no? They're
staying in D.C.
So 2 blocks away from Ivanka Trump and her husband.
Oh, great!
They're staying in D.C. because of Sasha. She's a junior in high school.
Yeah, well, that's nice. But anyway, John Kerry had this to say about the two-state solution and its current status.
Despite our best efforts over the years, the two-state solution is now in serious jeopardy. The truth is that trends on the ground, violence, terrorism, incitement, settlement expansion, and the seemingly endless occupation, they are combining to destroy hopes for peace on both sides and increasingly cementing an irreversible one-state reality that most people do not actually want. Today, there are a similar number of Jews and Palestinians living between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. They have a choice. They can choose to live together in one state, or they can separate into two states. But here is a fundamental reality. If the choice is one state, Israel can either be Jewish or democratic. It cannot be both. And it won't ever really be at peace.
Yeah, it can either be Jewish or democratic. It can't be both. Boy, that is about 5 degrees away from what leftist pseudo-intellectual types like Peter Beinart, who I think he still writes for The Atlantic. Now he's like a professor at CCNY. Of course he is. Has suggested that Israel is on the cusp of being an apartheid state. You want to talk about fighting words? It will never be at peace. John Kerry may be right about that to a certain extent, and he's wrong just factually about a lot of what he said in his speech. There's a good piece by Glenn Kessler fact-checking Kerry's speech in the Washington Post, if you want to check that out. But in terms of never be at peace, it's what Dennis Prager says about Israel never being at peace, that the conflict with the Palestinians is a complex problem with a simple cause. The simple cause is the persistent Arab desire to destroy Israel. The complex problem is creating peace when that desire persists for generations. So that's why peace is impossible. That's why you have permanent war, is because you have states around Israel that are determined to destroy her.
Yeah, they're looking out for their own best interests.
Is that Paul on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, would
President Obama have allowed this vote to go forward in the Security Council if Hillary had won the election?
I don't know. I mean, his opposition to settlements is not recent, and the tension, kind of the chilly relationship between President Obama and President Netanyahu, and by extension the U.S. and Israel during Obama's tenure, is not new. So, I don't know what Hillary's posture would have been and how much that would have influenced Obama. I don't know.
This makes our relationship with Israel going forward. Well, it would have been if Hillary had been elected.
Yes,
a very tenuous, very aggravated situation.
Yeah, well, that's a fact. And you've thanks for the call, Paul. And you've heard from Bibi Netanyahu about his relationship with Trump. He knows Trump. There seems to be a real affinity between the two, and I think because there has been such acrimony, despite the kind of the patina of diplomatic niceties, such acrimony between Netanyahu and Obama. I think that's going to make the new relationship that Bibi Netanyahu enjoys with the incoming president of the United States that much stronger. And that's good news for Israel, and it's good news for us.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
And also, GOP senators want to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, too. That's so lots going to be happening in the new administration. Today, rather cloudy, breezy, very cold, a high of 15. It's going to be cold again tonight and tomorrow, but we can get through this. Tonight, a low of 3. Tomorrow, a high of 14 degrees, and then things heat up into the 20s for the weekend. Let's get those travel times and say hello again to Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Amy. In Waukegan, we've got a closure of the Amstutz Expressway between Greenwood and Sheridan Road. That's for some filming. It's supposed to remain closed most of the day. The Edens is clear, but the Kennedy, a crash at Division, has just cleared, but it's jammed. Irving Park to the Burn Circle, 59 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 49 from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound 22 to the airport. The Eisenhower's 56 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 47, there was a crash at Wolf. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though, from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways are good. Lakeshore Drive southbound, a little heavy, 18th to the Stevenson. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
All right, it's that time.
Hola.
Hello. It's a new year, and it's the same old cold, snow, sub-zero temperatures. And a great way to start 2017 is to book your trip to somewhere warm and sunny and somewhere fun.
How is you?
Somewhere like Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. That's where we're heading this year. Dan, Dan Proft.
Why do I have to put on a swimsuit? Nobody else has a swimsuit on.
Joe Walsh, me. We're heading to Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic.
Who is that guy?
Oh, I have no idea who that is. Well, that's the man you're going to marry, Dan, even though you hate weddings. We'll be staying at the Secrets Cap Cana Resort and Spa. It's an unlimited luxury resort that just opened in November. It has 5 gourmet restaurants, 7 bars, serving unlimited premium drinks and 24-hour room service. The resort has sparkling pools and access to pristine beaches. So join us in Punta Cana. To get more information and to book your trip, visit 560theanswer.com, keyword passport. Now, the trip is filling up fast, so don't wait. And the price that Apple Vacations has secured for this trip is incredible and exclusive to us, but it will expire soon, so do not wait. Visit 560theanswer.com, keyword passport.
Hola!
Last winter was pretty much a piece of cake, but this winter, we're told, is gonna be a doozy.
Well, the Farmer's Almanac forewarns that bitterly cold, if not downright frigid, numbing cold weather will be predominating over these parts this winter.
Not looking good, but you can be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm this expected frigid winter. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
So our team just started using GoToMeeting to web conference, and it's been surprising. Well, guys, our company is growing fast. I'm thinking we should
expand overseas.
2 weeks later, it happened again.
It looks like our distributors in France can't keep up with demand. The team should
look at moving into Asia. But now our team connects a little too well.
It's great we're opening a new location in Osaka. Konnichiwa, Japan.
When you connect better, everything comes together. GoToMeeting. Try it free at gotomeeting.com.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Test drive a Ford Escape and find out. With available EcoBoost power and a host of class-exclusive features designed to make life better. Compare Ford Escape next to a Toyota RAV4 or Honda CR-V, and the reasons start to stack up. The 2017 Escape. That's Ford. And that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on 2016 calendar year sales.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Forecasting the future is tricky business, as even the sabermetric Poindexters found out on November 8th, so I'll stick to wish casting for 2017. Since the left doesn't trust a Trump-led government and conservatives don't trust government, period, I wish for the bipartisan agreement Pauls are always clamoring on about to drastically reduce the size, scope, and expense of the federal Leviathan. I wish the governor of one of the adjacent Great Lakes states would colonize Illinois. I wish we would remember that smart is not a synonym for civilized. I wish the affluent would preach what they practice in the areas of family, education, work ethic, and personal responsibility. I wish Pope Francis would take his cues from the Word of God more so than the word of Leonardo DiCaprio. I wish more people would read Thomas Sowell and fewer would watch The View, The Chew, and the blathering Beltway magpies who have no clue. I wish those who claim to do everything in the name of the children actually did. I wish self-styled fiscal conservatives would learn that every issue is a moral issue and every law reflects someone's values. I wish for a return to the pre-post-truth era, and I wish you and yours a happy, healthy, and prosperous 2017.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, dancing with yourself at your wedding, right, Dan? Because you're going to marry yourself. Hey, I don't know if you heard the news, but
First dance, me with me.
Well, speaking of firsts, the first 2 babies born in Chicago in
Look at the babies!
It's your little girl. First 2 babies born in 2017. It happened at 12:12 a.m. One was born at Alexian Brothers Hospital, and guess what the baby's name is? Look at that baby.
Kyle Schwarber.
No.
Oh.
Wrigley Rose. Parents are big Cub fans. And then guess what else happened?
A little too big.
A few seconds later, our own member, Chuck Barham.
Yeah, I got it right here. I got the picture.
Yeah.
You texted me.
Chuck Barham and Jennifer welcomed a beautiful baby girl, and her name is?
Addison Kelly Jean.
Yes.
Addison, Addison, so they can shorten it to Addie and, Addie
Yes.
Y.
And
I
they
see what
said
they
it's
did
after
there.
Addison Russell, and also because it's Clark and Addison, where the great, thank you, Wrigley Field is located.
And Addison Kelly Jean Barham.
Yes.
Also a smokeless tobacco chewer. Little known fact.
Right. Well,
She's teething already.
And the sad part is they already made her nursery full of butterflies instead of a Cubs-themed nursery, but they're going to change that soon. So we're going to send them some Cubs paraphernalia, some Cubs baby clothes, a little Cubs onesie, little booties to help them get along their way.
I'll let you represent me at the baby shower.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services. Offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Great talent is the driving force behind your successful business. If you don't have the right people in key roles, then you have talent gaps. IMC Solutions identifies those gaps and delivers expertise in recruiting the right talent to fill them, leaving you free to succeed.
Hi, I'm Linda Nichols. One of our startup technology clients needed to hire account executives to generate more business and get their product to market. As a young company, they didn't have the budget to hire an internal recruiting staff, so we presented our fixed cost solution where they utilized our internal recruiters as their offsite recruiting team. Clients benefit because we're using our resources and recruiting expertise to find top salespeople they need to hire. We give them guarantees that no other search firm does. Win-win for all.
IMC Solutions understands the unique challenges of your business, making the tough job of hiring